Welcome everyone to day 2 of the protest series number 7, hosted by INGAGE. We had an action-packed day 1 yesterday. We saw 43 teams try to make their way out of the group stages. 4 groups, but only 8 teams managed to do so. And today we're going to find out the crowned team that's going to be the champion of the protest series. I'm here with 2 lovely people. We have Lobo on my left, Tano on my right. We're going to bring you guys all the action today. We got some very notable names, very notable teams, but also some teams trying to, see whether they can make a difference and carve their legacy in the India region. So let's start with Lobo. Lobo, how are you doing today?
Mate, I'm doing fantastic. It is hot as anything here down in the OC, and I bet it's going to get even hotter as we watch these teams vie. These top 8 teams vie for that top spot in the Engage Master Series number 7. So I'm here for it. I can't wait for things to keep on cooking.
And Tano, it's probably not as hot where you are on the other side of the world. How are you doing? I hope you're doing well.
It's actually very cold here, mate. I have a blanket over my legs because that's the secret, chat. We definitely wear the comfiest trousers we possibly can. But yes, I'm very, very excited for this today. The protest series is one of the highlights of the Pokemon Unite calendar, in my opinion. And I'm very excited to see where this is going. We have some massive teams here.
Yeah, there were so many teams yesterday. And speaking of teams, let's have a look at the Engage leaderboards for the India region by points, just to give everyone an update on how these teams are going throughout the season. These are the Engage points. So, Lobo, do you want to give us a quick rundown of how these teams are doing?
Yeah, absolutely. The Engage points are a real interesting system. The more you compete in weeklies, the more you compete in tournaments, you get access to these points. So we're super excited to see it. Both 2 teams now sitting on that above 1,000 points with 1,500. We got Absolute Circus on 1,200. We got Go Figure. These 2 teams threw down when we saw them last time and put on an absolute show. They actually knocked Velixum out of that top spot on the points leaderboard, who they are now sitting in number 3. As we head down, we've got Hidden Leaf and Hilly Churls, MQ25, Team Like and Tempest, IND Elite, who we're going to see a little bit later today as well to round out that bottom 9. I can't actually make out the number 10 team, Yana Storm. What a lovely name they have. But you know what? Participating in all kinds of Engage events do get you these Engage points. So there's your top 10. They're making their way. They're trying to get some stuff, but can Absolute Circus be caught on points?
And speaking of the teams, let's have a look at the top 8 that'll be competing today, day 2 finals, as we have a quick gander at this bracket. The tournament has already started, and we can see some results already updated for you guys folks at home. We have Team Asylum taking down India Elites, and that's going to send us to the first set we're going to be spectating in a little bit. Team Asylum against SAUL. Tano, do you want to give us a quick rundown on the other sides of the bracket to see whether there are any other results?
Yeah, this is already shaking out to be a really exciting bracket, buddy. Of course, Fibonacci beating Valiant Colders there 2-0, progressing into round 2, and Zeus beating Monarch there 2-1. So already we have a game-free situation that's gone on in round 1. But down in that losers side, it's going to be India Elites versus Rank Demons, Valiant Coders versus Zeus. We're going to have to see if they can progress through to the next side of losers.
And the good news for all these teams today is every single set, folks, is going to be a best of 3, so not too many, sudden death moments, and as both teams get to kind of experiment a little bit, maybe have a little bit of leeway. But, we also want to think about what are the Pokemons that these teams have been picking. We all know that for this tournament, Suicune will be banned globally, but let's have a look at what teams are actually not wanting to play into or wanting to play themselves. So maybe Tano this time, do you mind giving us a quick heads up to everyone, and maybe even the teams that are going to be playing today? What are some of the bans by the ban rate?
Yeah, these ban rates, it's not too surprising. We've had the rise of Talonflame and Absol even before they were buffed, to be honest, so no surprise that despite the reverts, they're still an extremely strong speedster, especially with the defense penetration that is still there. Snorlax has been on a meteoric rise as well with recent changes, as being the best defender in the field. So a 19.8% ban rate is no surprise. And I think Psyduck and Umbreon are going to continue to be the top ban rates for a long while. Psyduck is so disruptive as a support with so much CC. And Umbreon is just so capable in both movesets. You can utilize the Wish, you can utilize the Snarl. It is the disruption support / defender. So no surprise being there with 33% ban rate.
Yeah, I think it's just all the disruptors, right, that are just hitting the ban rates there. I find it so amusing that a Psyduck with its little cute face is the topmost banned Pokemon in the region. And looking at the top Pokemons picked, Snorlax makes a return. Number 1, 40%, ladies and gentlemen, are going to be picked from these teams. So it's Blissey as well, and Absol, obviously, with Umbreon. So I guess the picture that these statistics paint is that if you can't have it, the opponents also can't have it. But if both teams are handshake and agree that, they're going to be let out of the ban jail, you for sure know that one team's going to pick it up. And looks like Aegislash also itching their way up to the number 5th position. In my opinion, Aegislash is a decent Pokemon now because of the bust it has over the past few weeks. However, I am surprised that it actually made it up, and seems like at least the Southeast and India region, they love to play the Sword Pokemon. And so I do anticipate these Pokemons also coming through today. I mean, Suicune not being able to be played. Lobo, have you had any experience playing that Pokemon? I mean, there has to be a reason this Pokemon is banned out globally, right?
Look, mate, I haven't had a chance to play it, but I've had a chance to watch it get played. It is a terrifying, terrifying Pokemon. You know, it just has the ability with Whirlpool and Surf. Another Surf Pokemon. I think Tino and I talked about this not too long ago. We can now make an entire Surf squad of Pokemon. We've had all defenders, we've had all rounders, all attackers. Let's do all surfers for this one. But I think just the ability to freeze and position, even more crowd control added into Pokemon Unite. That makes this Pokemon very, very utilized. And its Unite move, nothing to sneeze at. Endless Ice Spikes, got a beautiful visual, got a beautiful thing, but it also allows you to get some executes on that side.
Well, we're going to go head into this game. So, Tano, take a break. Lobo and I will be taking this a huge match to start off today's broadcast. SAUL against Asylum. Both teams had very strong performances yesterday. Both made it through the winners, is my understanding. And they're going to start off some interesting bans here. Snorlax, Psyduck, but Talonflame is going to be the only speedster Lobo taken out of this match.
Look, if you're going to trade Talonflame for something, Disapple's going to pick up that Absol. That is exactly what we like to see. Barnash is going to start things off with the Inteleon pick. We talked about it. Inteleon, one of the most popular attackers right now, got such good versatility, mobility, and hits like a truck when it's able to hit those snipe shots. Blissey and Trevenant going to be picked up for the purple team as well. And so SAUL is going to possibly round that out with two very, very tanky Pokemon in Mamoswine and Buzzwole.
I think Badshot did a fantastic work yesterday on their Inteleon. Doesn't even matter if they're going up against double speedsters, so they will make their return with a James Pond there. And Ormai also on the Buzzle is a very interesting pick, because normally we would think Buzzle doesn't go too well into a Trevenant. But I guess if they are able to grab anyone coming at the Inteleon here, it's going to be a very good way to isolate enemies, especially Apple on the Absol, for something like maybe Snowy to clean up with their all-round of choice. It's going to be the Aegislash today.
No, I like what Minzadabad. I'm going to try, probably not going to pronounce that correctly, but I like what they've chosen here with the Glaceon, because there's a lot of bulk coming up from the side of SAUL with Mamoswine, with Buzzwole, especially with Aegislash just being able to pop up that wide guard, get those stacks, get that healing as well as Kyurem on that team providing heals. Glaceon, if they're going to go with that Icicle Spear move set, is just going to be able to shred everybody down, but also when you've got Rikyo, going to be able to just disposition and try and get a safe sustain with that Horn Leech combination, if that's what they're going to run. So I like the combination coming out from them, and it's going to be all about how SAUL really handle Disapple on that Absol, because if Bardash can't get away from it, I think Absol's going to have a very, very nice game here, Fu.
I think it's going to be a little bit difficult going into something like a Buzzle and also Rex on the Mamoswine as well. But at the same time, they do have BGM on the Glaceon as well. And on paper, I don't really see any Pokemon that can actually access the backline on the side of SAUL. I mean, Buzzle doesn't have the best bit of mobility. They have an eject button. That's about it. And if Snowy can't get the Sacred Sword off and get within range for the boosted attacks, Lobo, I do not see that taking down the Glaceon either. So I guess all the pressure is going to be on Badshot to actually land these snipes. Maybe come down to the Glaceon and force it back away, maybe into that chance. We're going to get game number 1 ready for you guys. This is the upper bracket round 2. We're going to see some familiar faces go back in that top half.
Yeah, absolutely. Bosworth that top side alongside a little bounce speed as the screen. Your central area is going to be Absol and Hone Edge as predicted. Bottom side, I don't think Sobel liked being partnered with anything else but a nice tanky lineup. They're heading on here. No invades, no trickery. We're going on in. Let's see if either who is going to get that early game advantage.
Gonna have a really strong bot path here for SAUL, as they will have the water gun and also a swine up to stun and hopefully get these neutral Pokemon away from the enemy team. They are going to be suspected to do that, and you can see on the mini-map we do have Apple already heading down for an ambush. The benefits of Absol Lobo is how fast he can clear the central area and maybe can catch someone out.
Double central lane is both going to offering to different lanes, but Swineup hasn't noticed Absol hiding literally in that bush. Icicle Spear's got full stacks as we go in. Absol still hasn't moved from that bush. Ice Shot's going to fall down. Nice little bit of fun. Oh, the Fell Stinger goes right into the path of Apple. On that, Absol exactly wanted, and gets sent back to the Pokemon Center. Nice push on the bottom path, but on the top side, SAUL have done the exact thing they wanted to do. They've taken their pressure through.
It's a handshake to start off today's match. We are going to have SAUL being very aggressive in the top path, feeding this Buzzwole and also the Doublade as well. Meanwhile, we do have a quick rundown from Asylum onto that bottom path. So I guess it depends on the priorities of these teammates. Maybe they are allowing Obito just to be a little bit weaker in the early game, and hopefully they can get some of these central area farm and maybe get Kyurem, which is running away in the enemy's flux zone. I think they're going to be punished from this, from Apple's little critical attack there.
Heading into those central Altaras, they come as quickly as they go. Doublade's gonna slice and dice their way back in, but Glacion's got those stacks. Absol's here, picks up the KO on its opposite central laner, taking those buffs alongside with it. Glaceon picking up a KO on its Ice-type counterpart, but now I think Barcha's all by themselves. Lil, Inteleon, Drizzle has not evolved yet, cannot do much damage, but does not matter. Beautiful eject into the slam, gets Glaceon down, picks up the KO with the assist of the Elder Goss, and now Team Asylum just have to go back, but Trevor has been picked up by the big buzz. Has to pop that eject button, but beautiful water gun KO by Badsha.
A huge little water gun there to make sure that they get the evolution for this objective coming up. We do have Apple, not 9 yet, so no Midnight Slash available for them, but very strong showing coming out from SAUL. They have a couple of members already having their second move of choice. It's going to be a Registeel for our first Regi of today's broadcast.
And look, it's going to come just as quickly as it goes, as is going to be the case with every objective. Serena is going to take that top Regieleki, but SAUL must sense that they have the numbers game here. Piloswine is going to go in, absorb those Ice Shards. Bolswell's going to pick up the Citrus Berry. Ice Shard's going to slowly whittle down Piloswine. It's a 4v4 now. Midnight Slash comes out from Absol. Snipe Shot hits its mark. Aegis Slash hacking and slashing. Blissey is keeping them alive. A whiff on the coup de grace, does not manage to hit anything, but Glaceon in trouble, picking up some stacks. Blissey's the only buddy there to try and stop, but Aegis Slash gets out, returns to base. Asylum are here to warn everybody away.
Here comes the response coming out of Asylum. Do have Obito now with his Queenly Ascendance onto All Might, but I'm not sure whether that's going to be enough. It will be Lobo as they look for more, and I love to see this tug of war action. Apple tries to get a nice little stack in, but a huge snipe from Badsha is going to end that response.
Yeah, you can't hide from Badsha when you've got the Azure Spy Vision engaged. Snipe Shot takes out Serena from off the screen as Snowy gets a break on the top pad as well. The Icicle Shards are going to rain down, but Eldegoss is here to heal up. These teams just want to duke it out for.
Big little brawls coming in. Icicle Spear nearly taking out Kyurem, and I think one of the benefits of Glaceon is that once they lock on, these spears do not stop until all of them has been used. So I guess the onus is going to be on Soul to be careful about that. The Bliss Assistance running onto the Trevenants is interesting, but Midnight Slash will be able to clear up everyone in the bottom part there. A KO Sugar 3 for Apple, and looks like perhaps a huge overdone in the bottom part.
Oh, I think that was 11 plus 8. Put that on 2, and then 48. I think that was a 38 overcap. If my math is correct, I could be mistaken. Oh, coup de grace hits in the middle of their own central area as Trevenant goes the other way to distract SAUL from the rest of his teammates, but does get sent back to Nurstro for their troubles. We've hit that 5-minute mark. We're past the midway point. Regirock has spawned on the bottom for, and their score lines are pretty even.
It's going to be quite an uncontested basement Reggie, pocketed by Asylum. They will have the defense bus, and also you can see they will have the level lead going to this game. So a very great start for Asylum, but with an Absol, I mean, it's all about SAUL trying to stop that snowball action. So maybe one of them is going to be this Reggie Alecki traded out for that basement Reggie. So at least SAUL have something to play with, whether they want to head up in that top path, put some pressure, Lobo, or go to the bottom path and maybe fight it out with the tree and see if they can get some dunks in.
Just by their movement, they're looking like they're going to head to that top part. Serena's going to stay there, but Absol's going to go in on it to the Elder Gods, but gets promptly picked up and slammed. Oh, Super Swole Slam gets countered by the Midnight Slash. Absol, Blissey there. And Absol picks up a nice KO as Snipe Shot does a little bit of damage. Absol's going to try and join these teammates in the bottom. Cotton Cloud Crash heals them up. The Mammoth Mash with the eject onto Glaceon breaks that passive, but they're going to have to head on out. Exit screen right. Absol going to try and pick up a target, but no real advantage there as we get a break on that top pad for the side of SAUL.
A bit of a scramble, I think, from these last few fights. Not a lot of value coming out from either of these teams. I think they are going to go back in and capture some of these wild Pokemons and prepare for the main fight of this game, which is going to be that Rayquaza, as you don't have too much disparity and difference between these two teams. Oh, maybe there is another engagement. The Bliss Assistance comes through, Lobo, as we have a potential KO on Snowy here.
Yeah, look, the Queenly Ascendant's gonna go in. The sword still lives. Cold pulls down. The coup de grace pops the wide guard. It's still alive. The Swole getting some slams down, and the Inteleon Snipe Shot cleans up with the assistance. Night fight. Absol is caught out by Buzzsaw, but we know Absol is so quick on its feet, able to just escape out of anywhere. You're right, Food. These brawls are going on everywhere, and I think the only advantage they're getting is some levels, but that Absol is level 14.
Well, SAUL having the first look at this last basement Reggie for this game. It's going to be a Reg Ice. We're going to have all three Reggies in this game, and it looks like Asylum also wants a bit of taste on it, and Badshaf getting so far away from it. Doesn't get the snipe on, unfortunately. I think they are very smart on the side of SAUL. They're not going to lose anyone right now. They are still waiting. They know that they've got the numbers disadvantage there. Snowy is up top, ripping down this Reggie Alecki. Points are going to be 40 apiece. And looking at the levels, we're going to have Buzzwell going down early, though, so All Might needing a little bit more time to come back in. And I think Asylum has a huge advantage with the positioning right now. And it's up to Rex to kind of like get vision for their team.
I agree with you, but look at where AG Slash is positioned away from the rest of the team. Nice snipe shot hitting on to Trevenant. They're just going to try and poke their way back in because Asylum's not going to let them in, but look at where Snowy's going on the AG Slash. Is going to get a 50 in. Asylum know that they are going to be in trouble. Ice Bag mispositions. The Trevenant Glacial Stage gets set. Serena is going 1v1 with the Buzzwell. They've changed their direction. Super Swole Slam comes in. Absol taking down the Buzzwell, sending it back to Nurse Joy. Mammoth Swine is the target of Asylum right now. AG Slash gonna hack on in. Phantom Forest gets popped. AG Slash, that white guy's not gonna stop anything from that much damage. And Asylum have taken down 3 members of SAUL.
Oh, SAUL kind of picked out like veggies on a plate here. Not able to actually fight as a team, as Badger desperately trying to get into the middle. They will be able to take the Rayquaza with an auto attack. Now that is criminal. And they place Team Asylum back to the Asylum. A KO streak of 3 for Badger. And it looks like they are going to be able to secure at least some hundreds in the pads. And maybe even this first game.
We saw some crazy Rayquaza steals when we casted last weekend as well. But again, that is just the danger of Inteleon being able to secure Rayquaza with a boosted auto attack. They were already 100 points ahead because of Snowy's backup, because of the Reggie Alecki walking in. And now they're going to make it 200 points. But we still have 30 seconds on the clock for. Let's see if Asylum can break the Asylum, go for a jailbreak, and head to those tiers to try and get something back. 20 seconds, 200 points, could be doable.
I am on the other side of the fence here, Lobo. I do not think that there's going to be enough time, although we do have 4 members of Asylum trying the best just to see whether they can get any picks in and kind of form a miracle, but the score lead is going to be way too high with the Mammoth Mash also coming through. Seems like Obito will also go down there. So what a fantastic fight for SAUL there, even though they were not really together at the fight and kind of got away with murder, but you're going to be kicking yourself if you're Asylum. However, best of 3, there is still one more chance for them to send it to a Game 3 scenario. We're going to quickly look at the battle report here. Looks like we're going to have a quick gander at the damage really quickly. But what do you think about Apple's Absol? I feel like they did a fantastic job in the early game, but just unfortunately was a little bit lackluster towards the end for that secure.
I agree with you 100%. Disapple did fantastically. Absol was a real problem across the board. I think really smart Unite moves. And let's not take away anything from Kid 77. They were wherever Disapple needed them to be, especially when they were going 1v1 with All Might inside their own central area, and they had Kyurem to help them out. But Disapple came out victorious on a lot of 1v1s. It was just, positioning, anything else that needed to be done. But what can you do when you have an Inteleon that is going to do 103k damage with Snipe Shot? You can tell why it's the most popular attacker. But as we look at this, the graph, the battle report through, it was up and down between these two teams. It was fairly even. And again, where there's a Ray, there's a way. And Sole Esports came out on top with this one on the back of Bardshot on that Inteleon.
Yeah, I think the Rip was a decent core, in all things considered. They took down All Might on the Buzzle. They took down Snowy as well. So the only other person that could really have a look at Rayquaza wasn't Inteleon, but it's so unpredictable, right? Inteleon, you're normally so used to getting a snipe off, but the benefits of your boosted attacks on the Inteleon is that it does a lot of damage because it does crit with those boosted. So, it's just one of those games where really well, especially at the Rayquaza fight, but just let the Ray get away from you. And maybe we'll get to see that on the replay. We can see from the get-go, this Apple was able to really dismantle SAUL. And, understandably, having an Absol being so strong in the early game, they were really able to help their team, especially the Glaceon, get their levels early, get the Ice Shard, very important on that Pokemon, and really send it to a huge lead, 128 there to 71. And I think the mid-game is when SAUL really came back through, right? They were able to... field going to that Rayquaza.
No, I agree with you. I think this is why I called it out at the very start. Glaceon was, I think, a terrific pick into this, just being able to pour damage onto something like Mamoswine and your Buzzswells, even with Kyurem healing them up. It's still going to do a lot of damage, which is then going to allow Disapple to come in and really get those executes. We saw, I think, about 12 KOs on his side, just solo in that game. As we got in onto the Rayquaza fight, you're right. It was an absolute picking apart of SAUL inside this game, one after the other. We saw just before they engaged the Buzzsaw, and 3 members of Asylum did turn onto the Buzzsaw, take them out, and then we saw them go after Snowy inside that main area, and it was 4 people around Snowy. He couldn't really do much against all that damage with not only the Phantom Forest Unite move hitting, Glaceon was targeting those spears, and then Disapple came up for the quick finish, but just out of nowhere, it gets caught. The Rayquaza gets taken by an Inteleon crit, and that changes the way the game goes.
Yeah, just the amount of shield, right? And especially SAU, really crucial dunk up in the top path when the Rayquaza was in with the Regieleki meant that they knew that they just had to secure the raid in order to stop any counter scores from really mattering, right? If it was on the other side where they were maybe 100 points down, then perhaps Asylum had a better chance at stopping the W from going on the side of SAUL. So I'm curious to see what they would do in this game number 2 if you're Asylum, because the draft was fine in my opinion as well. What do you think is going through the minds of Asylum right now?
I think they're going... what I want to think is that I think they had a good game plan. I think they had a great game plan. I think they executed. And again, it's maybe something that they have to now take into consideration, because what more can you do in that game apart from possibly take out Bardshot earlier? I think that's exactly what they tried to do. Do they prioritize taking out an Inteleon first? Take out the most possible secures, because they did take out a secure when it came to the coup de grace on Snowy's side. But this, maybe they figured with the damage that they had coming out from Disapple on that Absol that they wouldn't be a big problem. But I think maybe just a little bit more prioritization, because I think the way Asylum played that game, it was a spot-on textbook performance. It just had a little crinkle in it towards the end.
Yeah, I think it's a bit hard, right, to go for the Inteleon in the beginning, because we talked about how much frontline the SAU had, and I think they did really well playing front to back. They were able to isolate the Buzzle first, and then they isolated Snowy. But at the end of the day, maybe they used a bit too many resources to take these 2 members down, and Badger was able to get some decent damage through with that Asura Spy Vision as well. Anywho, we're going to go into game number 2. The draft screen has already been set. Yet again, the exact same bans, to my knowledge, and Badshot not hesitating picking up that Intelligent once again, but they're going to be on the purple side this time.
Yeah, again, this is going to give Asylum the chance to go for those 2 picks. This Apple's going to pick up the Absol straight away alongside that Blissey. Good combination. We could see a mirror match of what we saw last time going through here, but Rex was hovering over the Trevenant, going to pick up Russell, which could be interesting. Snowy's going to go over to a favorite Serena over AG Slash, but Russell is an interesting pick here for me, as the side of the side of Asylum is going to go for another bulky frontline in Mammothswine and Blastoise.
Yeah, double defender is quite typical that teams can run if they feel like they need to protect someone. But looking at the draft so far, they don't really have a poke to protect at the moment. So it looks like Obito is going to actually settle onto that Blaziken in the so definitely a better secure. And obviously, having the trauma from the last game, having a Pokemon that is going to be your safety net in terms of a flip scenario is always a good one to pocket in. But Blaziken does need a little bit more time to come online compared to something like a Serena. So going to be yet again on this Apple's job to kind of make sure the snowball effect happens a bit earlier for them. I am keen to see, though, whether we will get a Glaceon run back. Because looking at the teams, double defender for SAUL, this is not a bad game for a Glaceon.
There it is. Mizanabad? BGM. Just call it BGM. You call the BGM. Might as well call the BGM as well. But I do like that Glaceon pick because a lot of bulk going on onto the side of SAU. Same thing as we saw last time. Crustle, Blastoise, not exactly 2 Pokemon that go down very quickly. So Glaceon just being able to provide that chip damage to get them at least low to half health fill. I think that's a great call. Obito picking up the Blaziken, I do like. The Fire Fist, the Overheat, the Blaze Kick to redirect. It is a Pokemon that has a great amount of maneuverability. It's a great one that has a great amount of survivability as well, especially Kid 77. We saw them play heals in that previous game. We could even see, just to avoid the Crustle kind of X's, or possibly the Hydro Pump coming out of the Blastoise as well. We could even see a Safeguard come onto Obito and to Disable to really stop them from being disrupted and, like you said, allow for that snowball effect.
I think that there's a bit of a choice that All Might can actually pick here. I mean, Spin Stories is not a bad move set because there's just not a lot of crowd control afforded by your Asylum, right? The Trevenant is pretty much the only one that can really stun out anyone outside of SAUL. So if you are going to be running that Water Spout or even just Hydro Pump, Rapid Spin, you're going to be able to get onto that Glaceon without much trouble. So I'm actually curious to see whether All Might chooses that or, they want to play more of that Peeling, Surf, Hydro Pump set for Badshot. So, but from last game, it seems like Badshot doesn't really need that much help. They're very confident with the way that they just jump around the map with Fellslinger.
No, I agree with you 100%. All eyes are going to be on Badshot today, but we can discuss until the doubles come home. But we've got Serena inside that central area, a little bounce suite with Eldegoss helping out as well. We've got Absol on the opposite side. In the bottom side, we've got Badshot, we've got Crustle, and it's going to be attacker defender. Kind of normal comps that we're seeing, even though we're used to seeing more speedsters flood the field.
We will have the first speedster and the only speedster on the side of Asylum, though, so I'm keen to see which one they prioritize. They went down bottom last time, but seems like the ambush will be on top side, considering maybe a Squirtle is an easy target to take down. Meanwhile, in the bottom path, we have the opposite. Snowy's going to come down here, level 5 already. Now, don't forget, folks, Steenie likes the level 6 before they are going to be confident in a lot of these matchups, so a score will help them in that aspect. And we actually will have Glaceon heading up top, BGM, to kind of force that advantage, a 4v2 scenario, and you will expect that most of these birds will go on the side of Asylum as they continue their push on. Nothing much really All Might and Kyurem can really do here, but watch as the scores will rain down and really just hope that team is making use of that value down in the bottom part.
No, I agree with you 100%. That's a nice push there. Picking up out to 32, A38. I like the fact that BGM did go up to help as well. But you know what? SAUL said if you're going to push on out to our top part, we're going to do what we can inside the basement. Crustle is just going to pop a Rock Tomb. Now, I really love the utilization of Crustle Rock Tomb here, Fu, because it just... If a good Rock Tomb player is just able to trap any one person in with that Rock Tomb ability and just allow disallow for that speed surge. We've got a nice blaze kick come through. Heading on into this 8-minute mark, it's middle Altarias.
All Might going down there, and looks like this Apple has to quickly run away. Jet from Badger able to pick out the Absol. That's a huge amount of experience. It gives them the evolution that we're looking for. Nice Rock Tomb to kind of just section off the Flux Zone of the Glaceon. So another KO for SAUL, and suddenly you kind of feel the momentum shift on to Team Soul. They've got now so many levels in terms of advantage. You've got double 8s. And with these 720s coming up, it seems like Asylum is still all over the place in terms of this early game.
Yeah, I agree with you. A brilliant Rock Tomb into the snipe shot to level 8. So Intellion was level 8. Serena is now level 9. Heading on into this top path, we might have another fight breaking out between Blaziken and Serena, who pops with the Unite move.
They will be able to do just that. We do have a triple axle Serena here as they look to fight down Riku. That's going to be able to pick up that KO, and they look for more. Snowy very confident now, knowing that they have a 3-level lead onto Kid 77, able to take down Absol before then, and we have Kid 77 trying to go Ultra Instinct to dodge these.
Oh. Yeah, look, here we go. Snipeshot's going to defend here, but Serena's going to try and stop. Pushes away. Okay, pushes away Kid 77 as we're going through. SAUL is going to try and make a siege onto this tier 1. They have not lost any, whether it's top or base with pads. Serena's going to go in as well to steal away some of these buffs. Soul 8 Esports is doing a fantastic job. Cross was in, snipe shots hitting as well. They are just, oh, beautiful. It's nice snipe shot from Badshah. And now Asylum are just doing anything they can to hold off the pressure on this siege foe. I don't know what else they can do, but SAUL is putting on the pressure.
A huge death ball moment now as the spin stores will come through. They look for this Blissey there and choke down into a corner. Has to use their safe the softball eggs to keep themselves sustained. So we have now a rundown, massive Hydro Pump able to poke out the Blazers. It's going to be Bad Shot as well. And it looks like the story of this game so far is that Asylum still not able to answer for the damage coming out from it, the Intellion of SAUL. I mean, they only have 4 minutes to find the answer there, and they will have to give up this Regice as well.
Now, again, I thought with an Absol food that it might be easier to really get a lockdown on Badshah, but Badshah's not only playing aggressively, but he is following in on teammates, his Blastoise, his Crustle, his Serena, and just providing that damage inside this top path. We could get a counter as Asylum try to come back into this and at least break a pad, because there's still 2 tier 1s left up for the side of Soul 8 Esports.
They are definitely having a commanding lead in this game, but as I say, this Snowy will go down, and what a huge double KO from Apple. Will be able to get a 37 score as well. They will not have the Unite move, so they need to get a crit on Badshah. They're not going to be able to do that, but it's okay. Kid 77 comes on with the clutch egg to make sure that KO, and Badshah gets sent back to the Pokemon Center. Crustle also going down, but a huge momentum shift now in favor of Asylum. Exactly what they're looking for, exactly the amount of XP they need to really come back into this game. But All Might getting a nice KO onto Glaceon, but will go down to Apple, you think, with the crits coming through as well. So bit of a shaking moment now for SAUL. They still have the score lead, Lobo, but look at the levels. We have our first 13 going to Blaziken.
Yeah, unbelievable here as we as Asylum do try to get back into this. Just want to have a look at these levels across the board as we hit that 3-minute mark. Level 13, Serena. Trevenant is a little bit displaced here. It's a 4v3 situation, gets taken down. Level 13, Serena's nothing to be scared about, but they've got a level 13 Blaziken on the opposite side to really try and hit up. And Badshah, a Pokemon you do not want to get to level 13, just hit that power spike.
It's very important for all attackers to hit at least 13 for this required to fight in order to really match up and deal enough damage to be off team. We do have Rayquaza spawning in about 30 seconds. It does seem like SAUL more looking at this basement Reggie instead of that top Regieleki. It's going to be a Regice to send them with that HP regeneration for the final stretch of this game. And I like the fact that Asylum, knowing that they can't get this objective, has opted to get that positioning in this Rayquaza kit.
No, I agree with you. Those Icicle Spears are just going to shred down as much damage as possible, but Blissey's going to heal them right up. But it looks like the rip is on straight away this time around, Fu.
Oh, huge poke coming out from BGM. I mean, Rex has to really back up now. Eldegoss will not be able to keep the sustain. No, but they're actually going to go start the rip, so Rex can't even go back in. Huge to the Rock Tomb, and that pushes the tree out back to their home pad. And we have the Azure Spy Vision now. Badger needs to secure this one more time. The Blaze goes through. It's going to be snowing. That picks it up for their team. Cave streak of 2 for Inteleon. The white flag has been raised. Make that a cave streak of 3. That sends SAUL on to the next round with a 2-0 victory against Asylum.
Oh, mate, I'm just having a look at some of the damage that we've got coming out, some of these stats going through. That is 11 KOs for the side of Budge. I think any teams watching this going forward, I think Inteleon has to be the target ban of choice going up against SAUL, because they're just doing too much damage across the board. Once again, top damage. But whenever we look at attackers through, we always talk about the damage dealt as well as the damage taken. Now let's have a look at that ratio for Barcha. 70k versus 11k taken. Great game by SAU. I think they came out showing a lot more pressure on that one. So really well done to them. They're going to move 2-0.
Yeah, just yet again, the numbers paint a picture sometimes, and here it really just indicates that there wasn't really no one to look at Badshot as well, and that's exactly what an Inteleon player wants. I do think the Blaziken, although it is going to be the secure, I guess, safety net for their team, it just did not have the dive potential, and that's all the pressure going to be on Apple, but Apple obviously having to go up against Snowy, Rex, and All Might before they can even have a look at the Inteleon just makes it very, very hard. So we'll see what Asylum gets up to in the losers bracket. They still have one more chance to go through and maybe find a way back into the grand finals for today. But at the moment, it's going to be SAUL with the crown and the momentum heading in through the winners bracket. So fantastic work from both these teams.
Yeah, fantastic work. And we are going to keep bringing you the action. We said it was going to be hot. We said it was going to be spicy, and it was. We had a beautiful Inteleon secure, and then SAU will come out with a very commanding performance. We're going to take a very, very short break. Don't go anywhere. Grab some water, grab some snacks, grab whatever you got to do, because the action is fast and furious over here at the Unite Pro Test Series and number 7. See you very, very soon.
Welcome back, everyone, to the protest series number 7, hosted by INGAGE. Day number 2 today. I'm back with Tano as we get into the winners' finals of this tournament. We're going to be spectating and casting to you guys SAUL against Code Unknown Fibonacci, who has taken down Thunderclap's Monarch in the previous round 2. Tano, I mean, we saw how dominant SAUL was, especially Badshell, the Inteleon. We haven't seen too much Code Unknown Fibonacci in today's event over the weekend, but I think we have been watching this team at least from the Asia class series. It's good to see that they've performed extremely well today, and let's see whether they can actually make their mark and take down the Titan that's SAUL.
Well, that's it, isn't it? For SAUL are probably the fan favorite team, I kind of want to say, for this tournament or any tournament they take part in, to be honest. So if you can take down a mountain that is Team SAUL, that is a huge shout out to you as a team. So I'm really excited to see what Code Fibonacci can do against them here. They are definitely the go-to team to beat for this region. We're going to have a quick look at the bracket, a little bit of an update. We'll bring that up onto screen now, and this is where we currently are, Fu. So, of course, we just watched that previous game. Fibonacci also beat Monarch 2-0 to head into the semi-finals, so they're definitely feeling quite comfortable today, Fu.
They are, and I think both these teams know what's at stake, right? Staying in the winners and having your ticket into the grand finals is always the preferred outcome, but that's the name of the game, as they say. As only one team can proceed through the winners. We're going to have a decider for Monarch, Ranked Demons, Asylum, and Zeus, as they will fight it out to go into the losers semi-final. So we'll be bringing action in terms of that bracket a little bit later on, but for now, the focus is on these two teams. And like I said before, I think it's going to be a very, very close game. Now, we've watched so much of this region over the past few days, and it seems like, you know, the meta has still been having decent frontline, maybe 1 or 2 attackers in the backline, but both teams haven't really played any Pokemon that allow them to actually take down anyone from the back. Everyone is still playing front to back, and, you know, at the end of the day, whichever team kind of sustains themselves a little bit more, from what I can tell, and then the attackers play a little bit more, seems like the team that's coming out on top. So I'm curious, Tano, to see whether that happens again in this matchup, or whether, you know, especially on the side of Code Unknown Fibonacci, they kind of change things up. And it looks like some things have already changed. The Buzzwole ban.
Yeah, Buzzwole ban, really interesting. Obviously trying to see if they can target out some players here, or maybe they just want to run a comp that doesn't really go well, with Buzzwole being on that side. Talonflame getting banned is absolutely no surprise. Alongside that, Umbreon, SAUL know exactly what they want to play. And if they do want to play those range attackers like we already mentioned, Fu, of course, Talonflame is one of the Pokemon you want out of this game.
Definitely not a Pokemon that you want to play into, and Snorlax, another one hitting the ban jail. So 4 incredible Pokemon not able to be played today, but that means Psylocke is available, Inteleon is available, Absol is available, all these Blissey's available, but we all know what Badshell's going to pick up. They're going to be picking up that Inteleon, Tano.
Yeah, they know what plan they've got in mind over on the side of SAUL, so it does open up those 2 early picks. Snorlax being banned means they're going to have to look to the defender pool. I would expect some sort of Trevenant or a Slowbro, but no, they're going to go for the Psyduck. Of course, I forgot Psyduck is still here. It's not banned, buddy. And then Mithril is going to take the Absol. So 2 massive picks they're going to get access to, but there is that Trevenant on the field. It's not been picked yet, but it would surprise me if it isn't.
Yeah, Rex is very comfortable on the Trevenant, isn't he? And so with the Crustle as well, so I guess they have a choice here which one they want, but they have to be able to think about how they're going to keep Badshah safe away from now the Psychic from Psyduck. So obviously there are 2 ways you can take down an attacker. One is to kind of run at it, which is what a Masquerada from Matic and Mithril, the Absol, will be looking to do. But the other side is if you can land something like a Psyduck Psychic to kind of pull them into your Speedsters, that's going to be 3 of them on the side of Code Unknown Fibonacci. I don't know. As I'm talking here, Tano, it does seem like this team roster is very, very novel and very different to what we're being used to.
I mean, now we can understand why the Buzzwole got panned out, right? And that's Snorlax. I think we've got a bit of an insight here to what Code Unknown Fibonacci are going to bring. It's quite interesting. I feel like I'm watching the EU region again. They're going to pull out the 3 speedsters. I do like what S8UL are doing, though. All Might is going to take that Aegis Slash and Snowy on that Serena, so they at least some capability of handling them. I feel like Aegis Slash is a really bit of a sleeper pick when it comes to these speedsters with that wide guard. So it does mean that Badshah is going to have a difficult job dodging 3 speedsters coming their way, especially when they lock in the Clefable as well. Now, I do like Clefable in the sense that you're going to have a bit of a job keeping up with those 3 speedsters.
I do have to. This is a great draft for something like a liquidation intel to come through, because if you hit that level 13, you are going to be able to one-shot any speedster without really batting an eye. You lock on with the liquidation, you acrobatics away, and if all comes to worst, you have your enhanced boosted attacks after your liquidations hit for the enhanced liquidation, I guess, move upgrade. So, you know, I don't really see a case for Inteleon Snapshot here, but Badshah plays whatever Badshah wants, and that's what I learned from yesterday casting with BemKO. And we'll be able to see, but I do have to say, though, having a Psyduck as well, which is not the most tanky Pokemon, and obviously Clefable is probably the only Pokemon that's going to have that frontline capabilities. I mean, it's a great time for you to actually use a different Inteleon moveset to what we've been used to. And don't forget, you still have 4 other members of your team that can help with the one-shotting as well. So I do like the roster from SAO a little bit better.
Yeah, I feel like they do have a good early game over on the side of Fibonacci, to be fair. I mean, on S8UL, you do have Trevenant, you do have Eldegoss, so you're going to be okay if you can get them up quickly. If Fibonacci find a way to put the pressure onto S8UL from the get-go and limit Badshah, because obviously they need to get those 3 evolutions in before they can access those kind of moves. So here we go, though, buddy. We're going straight into this. It's going to be S8UL, and on your orange side is going to be Fibonacci.
Or we do have a Glossifer and a Honedge going onto the top path, and they're going to be met with a Ghastly Clefairy. So obviously having 3 speedsters, you're going to be finding 1 in each path. And not surprisingly, Ghastly will go up top. Not a bad anti-stacker with that Will-O-Wisp.
I do like that they're leaving most of the farm here for this Sprigatito to be able to get nice and evoed as soon as they have access to it. But Rex continuing to put the pressure on. They don't get that one away from Fibonacci, but we are going to see some pressure up here in the top side as well. That is the power of that Glossifer, isn't it, Fu? It is non-stop chaos straight from the get-go.
It's just the non-stop crowd control as well, able to slow everyone down with its boosted autos, as we have a contest for this middle and DD. That's going to go on the side of your Badshah, the Sobble, as we have now Fibonacci running away back onto pads. Now we have chosen the bot path as they are out so that they don't get KO'd. But on the top side, the flip of the switch there is Fibonacci amps up the pressure there with the Absol.
Not quite getting to the stages they want on the side of Fibonacci. We still have a Ghastly on the field as soon as they become Haunter. It's a massive power spike. All of this basement at farm has gone to the side of S8UL as well, but it's so difficult for them to handle Snowy down here. Just about to hit that level 6 mark. 20 minutes away from these 8-minute mid-birds, and it seems like they just want to try and grab what they can. I like this from ULAP. Just try and grab their central farm as well, but it looks like S8UL are really settling down into this early game and getting quite a bit from the side of Fibonacci.
It's really a good sign, especially if you're going up against 3 speedsters that have incredible early game as well. We will have a Dream Eater Haunter chosen by Code Unknown Fibonacci, as these birds will be spawning now. The next bit of XP to contest for, but with Snowy and Badshah's damage, they instantly burst down the Psyduck, and goodbye to ULAP for the next few seconds as we have the rest of Code Unknown Fibonacci just staying in their path so far. They're not looking for too much. They know that Snowy's a little bit over-leveled and maybe not a fight they don't want to fight unless they can be sure they can take this arena down.
Ooh, they do manage to grab one, so we're going to have Masquerada on the field now. Snowy there diving on in, but they're going to get KO'd as well by the Clefable. Then we see All Might diving on in, but the flower trick is here, Fu. We know how strong of a move that currently is in Pokemon Unite, and they're going to continue to push onto this pad. A massive defense coming in from Eldegoss, trying to see what they can do. Kyurem does end up falling down, and here's Badshah now. They are going to run the snipe shot, not going for the liquidation that we suspected. Will they'll be able to find someone. That one does just whiff, but they do find Haunter, and then they're going to take out Psyduck as well. So S8UL now have the advantage, although they lost quite a bit of it there, levels-wise, onto the side of Fibonacci, but now they're going to be able to rip onto this Lecky. We do see Masquerada coming on in. They're not able to stop it, but it is going to be a free Regice for this team.
Yeah, it's going to be a consolation prize, right? For Code Unknown Fibonacci, at least getting some HP regeneration. They're going to need it because Badshah has hit every single shot, it seems. They're going to fail Stinger very aggressively. That's going to be able to be enough to take down the Haunter as well. So Regieleki falling into the top tier 1 pad of Unknown, and that's going to allow them to get a good overdunk as well. Meanwhile, in the bottom path, Automatic using their Midnight Slash to ensure that they have enough time to match those scores up top, at least bring it pretty even. 107 to the board.
I actually like that, Phil. Listen, if you have to 1v1 Unite move somebody, you've got to do it. If it means you can get a 40 dunk in, great play by Automatic. You need to make sure that you're staying within these points levels. But right now, 139 to 107, it seems like both teams are just going to rotate down into this basement lane and see what they can do as the farm spawns on in. Levels-wise, it does feel like Fibonacci are getting a little bit of an edge over S8UL. We have a level 11 Absol on the field and 10 for the Gengar. Of course, Speedsters, they're quite dangerous once they get those level leads, Fu.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the Absol's about to hit that level 12, and we're not even hitting the 5-minute mark yet. It's all going to be up to SAUL to kind of get a good KO on the Absol. But, you know, Automatic, they've shown how good they are in terms of determining when to go in, and they're going to be going into this Aegislash up top side. Another massive overdunk. I mean, Automatic's doing everything at the moment, right? Getting some good KOs, getting the dunks for the teams, and they will get the points lead now as we have another fight down in the bottom. Sayayai to push out Badshah. We will have the Masquerada landing a good flower trick onto the Trevenant, but not enough to take them out. But they will be able to knock out the Eldegoss for their team as they take an advantageous position for this next Reggie, spawning about 5 seconds.
Interesting flank there from Automatic, but they do utilize the eject button to get themselves out. There's the coup de grace. That's going to do enough to put the pressure on. Snowy comes in, takes out Automatic, and that is a huge carry you no longer have in this fight. All Might takes down Gengar as well. 1 HP and a dream, but Eldegoss is there. Now they're going to score these points, leave that on a 4, and then they rein it in while this Reggie still comes in. Can we see much coming in from Masquerada to try and use the Floral Flourish? It isn't going to do enough, though. They're so weak. Kyrium doesn't enable that damage for Bazaz to be able to take them out. Reggie Steel here, massive push there from the Psyduck, but is it going to do enough? No, it's not. Lex locks in the Reggie Steel, and now Team S8UL are feeling pretty confident after that engage there, Fu.
Oh, what an engage it was from SAUL, and a huge Queenly Ascendant to prevent Automatic to actually look at helping this Reggie Alecki, but it does like Snowy doesn't really mind that's getting taken down. Don't worry, scratch that. We do have All Might coming in with a Criminal Steal, and now the Gengar not having its Unite move and not a lot of HP either. Might not be able to go in, but the rest of their team is going to be able to help out with this Cave Sugar too. So now all they have to deal with is this Reggie Alecki up top, but the levels are still going to be in favor of their team. They're not going to be too mad about that engagement.
I mean, if you can get both objectives, like, what more could you want out of that moment in this game? So, huge shout out to S8UL managing to pull that one off. All Might with a crazy steal. And now they're doing what you expect to see here, Fu. They're going to grab every piece of yellow dot on their side and then put some pressure onto the side of Fibonacci. Great advantage that S8UL are locking in here, a minute away from Rayquaza spawning in.
Very soon we'll have the answer to who and which team will be taking the #1 game of this set. You can tell the momentum is high on both these teams. We have another engagement from your double speedsters coming out from Fibonacci. They're looking to take down All Might there. They may be pushing in a little bit too far. And look at the calories here on the side of SAUL, and they're going to be punishing all 3 speedsters on the side of Fibonacci. And I think that is a possible mistake on their part, and might be able to afford the comeback experience that SAU are looking for.
But I'd have looked at that as a speedster and been like, that's bait. They're bringing us back to this T2 pad. That is bait. And they took it and got KO'd. Unfortunate for Fibonacci, but at least they're going to grab this experience now. That basement Reggie is going to spawn, and it looks like Team S8UL are going to show some attention to it. Serena and Inteleon here. That's going to be a Reggie Rock. Not the worst buff. I mean, there is no bad buffs realistically, but they're going to have a decent defense buff coming into this Rayquaza battle here.
You can see Gengar is all down in the bottom part there, maybe looking for a back cap, but neither of these teams have a Hooper, so they're going to be very careful with the way that they want to play this game. We'll have a clone baiting out the Hornleech from Rex, and I think Yagbolts is doing a fantastic job getting vision for the team using that move.
Interesting. I don't know whether the back cap will be a good shout. Maybe they're just looking for the flank right now, though. Team S8UL don't need to do much. The ball is in Fibonacci's court. They need to do something. They're currently losing. We're trying to put some damage onto Rayquaza just to see if it'll help give them vision with the Hurricanes that it can drop. Snipe shots coming in, just trying to find out where the rest of the team is. They know they are in these bushes, Fu. They just need to find out which ones. Now we have a rotate round from Fibonacci, and there's a huge pick by Rex. They managed to get 3 of them into the hit, but they do get out on the side of Absol. Automatic. Eldegoss does pop the Cloud Crash, and all of the Unite moves are now used. The Midnight Slash isn't able to pick anybody up either. Massive CC from Rex yet again. The Queen Ascendance is going to take down one, but no, Absol comes back in return and takes them down. It does look like Fibonacci have the advantage here, Fu. They're going to continue to push it as Automatic puts this team on their back, picks up another KO. Good effort here coming in from Mufro just to start the rip onto the Rayquaza. A massive defense to keep them out of it was Fibonacci. They take down the Rayquaza, and it looks like they're going to be able to take this first game, buddy.
Oh, Fibonacci finding out the Kryptonite to SAUL. I mean, we kind of doubted the triple speedster roster, but now we understand there is going to be a method behind the madness. They were able to deal out so much damage that we didn't even get an Inteleon Unite to be used. The Mithril going down there means nothing because 10 seconds till the end of this game, and Code Unknown Fibonacci with a huge lead right in this game number 1.
Huge advantage as well, buddy, of being able to take that first game. So you know now realistically that going into this next game, they're going to have to work out some sort of plan to stop you doing what you just did. I feel like the difficulty is with these speedster comps, especially if you're running 3 of them, you have to get the levels, and Fibonacci managed to find those levels round about that mid game with some good engages onto S8UL, and it kind of went from there. But I gotta say, some good engages from at that Rayquaza pit. It was just, they're so slippery are these speedsters, for you. They're so difficult to catch. When you've got them in one piece of CC, it doesn't mean they are locked down yet.
See, not a lot of damage across the board. There wasn't really constant fighting. It was more like those important fights, but it was going to be Code Unknown Fibonacci that came up on top in those engagements, and especially Yagbolt's able to do a lot of damage proportionately with that Flourish as well. Hard to kind of eject or Fausting out of it, but it begs the question, though, is Liquidation a better pick there because you will be able to escape and hop over, dealing a bit of crowd control in that way to kind of get away from the speedsters while still using your Liquidation. And it's not something that you have to kind of pause, aim, your snipe shot, deal the damage, and then get out of there. So, I mean, we'll see what happens in the next game. Doubt Bad Shot will get Leon. I feel like it's still wonders for them. I mean, to be fair, they've only taken 19,000 damage, so it's not like they played a bad game either. However, this definitely will shake the roots of SAUL. This is the first game they've lost today, and I'm sure they're going to be back to the drawing board to think about how they can maybe protect Inteleon a little bit more if they want to continue. But for all the other teams watching today's broadcast, I mean, triple speedsters, I guess it still works, Hannah.
Yeah, it seems too. I feel like they weren't able to touch Inteleon, as you mentioned, 19k damage, but it didn't matter. Like, they were able to take the rest of the team. I'm with you, though. I think having the Liquidation may have made it a bit more difficult for speedsters to stay up on the field. 105k recovery, by the way, came in from Kitamoto on that Clefable, so huge shout out to them. But Yeah, I think if you can take out those speedsters a little bit more securely, utilizing liquidation, it might have been a different game, mate. So let's see how S8UL shake things up coming into game 2. We looked at the bans that they went for, and previously they just go straight for that the Talonflame and the Umbreon. So they kind of have their plan they want to stick to. Will they shake it up with what they've just gone up against?
Yeah, I mean, now that you know that the enemy team can pull that off on you, I do anticipate instead of maybe changing your draft, you can just ban out these Pokemon, because looking at the bans so far, on the side of SAUL, they didn't want to play with Talent, they didn't want to play with Umbreon, and makes sense, right? Talent is such a great counter into Inteleon, especially that Brave Bird. Not a lot of reaction time you've got if you're that Inteleon player. However, you know, instead of banning out Umbreon, I would say maybe ban out something like your Masquerada if you feel like that's a problem, or the Gengar. You get to choose one or the other, right? And worst comes to worst, I'm sure Snowy's going to be able to play the other speedsters. So knowing, like, you know, for example, the opponents here aren't really banning any speedsters themselves, that might be a strategy they can implement to kind of grab the advantage for game number 2. They will have the choice of which side they want as well, Tano. So they are going to be able to kind of dictate exactly the priority of the picks, and perhaps gonna find a better roster for them, and maybe make it a little bit easier, especially in that early game, because right now we're counting Serena and Aegislash both needing 6 or 7 to really help out, right? You can be the best Inteleon in the world, but if they still get on you at the end in terms of the Rayquaza fight, you're gonna go down and you're gonna be out for a while.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm with you as well. I think maybe banning out the Masquerada. I think out of all the speedsters right now, I mean, you've got the Talonflame, which is probably just the craziest, to be honest, and that's why we're seeing it banned out. If you're going to ban out another, I think probably the Masquerada's the best shout. I think Absol is one of the easier, strong speedsters to lock down with CC. And then Gengar is so hit and miss for a lot of these games, to be honest with you. If you can, like, limit how much it can get its levels in the early game, which they did manage to do, by the way. Ghastly was still there as we hit those 720 birds. As if you do manage to do that, you're going to feel like you're in a stronger position, because, of course, Haunter is where Gengar really starts to get cooking with those resets on that Dream Eater. But Masquerada, straight from the get-go, I mean, even as a Sprigatito, does a huge amount of damage and can lock in some good secures. So let's see what they do going into this game. I believe we're about to head into the draft now. And I think, looking at it, they're going to take the Buzzwole out of the fight at Fibonacci. So I think they're probably running it back with that original plan, Fu.
Yeah, like I mentioned before, it doesn't seem like Fibonacci actually cares for the speedsters there, in terms of banning it, because they know they can play like 3 out of the 4, or even maybe even crazily 4 out of the 4 if SAUL allows them. But SAUL is going to go with their comfort ban, which is going to be Umbreon and Inteleon taken out. So we're going to be a change there. Maybe Snorlax is going to be available here for both these teams to play, but Badshah needs to play something else this game.
Yeah, I feel like it's the Snorlax is going to get banned out. So S8UL are going to shake things up a little bit here. Does open up those speedsters, and of course they're on the orange side pick, Fu. So they get 2 straight out of the gate that they can lock in. What are Fibonacci going to take, though? Just having that one pick is so important to make sure you go for a strong one. Psyduck is going to be the take there. It does have some utility against these speedsters with that Psychic.
I'm actually really surprised that Talent wasn't first picked for Fibonacci here, just because, you know, they should expect that SAUL likes playing backline attackers, but as I say this, Badshah actually picks up the Gengar for them, so that's not backline at all. With the Rex repeating on the Trevenant will mean that they have a decently strong start to their roster, and it's definitely a Pokemon that, on the side of Fibonacci, they're going to think about how to counter now, right? Because we're so used to them playing the Gengar, but now knowing how good Gengar is now in the early game, they're going to be picking up the Mewtwo Y in response, and Mithril with the Sword here, just to provide a bit more stun with the Sacred Sword, and also being a great Pokemon to choose for that Rayquaza secure.
Yeah, we're seeing more Mewtwo Y coming out to play, especially when Inteleon gets banned. Usually you see either Miraidon or Mewtwo Y, just from the fact that it can drop a decent amount of damage and keep itself kiting around these speedsters. Are we going to have Godzilla? Yes, we are, Food. Tyranitar is coming out to play for Team Orange. S8UL, All Might picking that up, pairing that with Kirim on the Hooper as well. That is a really interesting pick. I really like it.
You know, it's really funny that Tyranta, you know, although most of the time we're like, oh well, this is a pick that requires so much support, right, in the early game. But it's actually a really decent Pokemon in the late game and very hard for teams to actually take down if they do have their levels. I mean, that applies for all Pokemon, but what Tyranta really offers to the team is not only are they really good at going into something like an Aegislash, or even a Meowscarada that likes to play up close and personal, they can also stop your scoring even if you have the Rayquaza Shield, because they're going to be able to do some true damage with their moves and also the auto attacks. And it's kind of like a bulkier Shifu in terms of the defense. But, you know, it makes sense now I look at the draft that Snowy has picked up another early game Pokemon, because if they keep picking Scalers, it's going to make it really hard for them to share that experience, isn't it?
Yeah, I like that they've kind of learned from the previous game and just enabled themselves to have a good early game carry in that Leafeon. And then, of course, the late game within the Tyranitar. Again, guys, kind of like mid to late. As soon as you do hit Haunter, you can start to do some things. But, of course, Phantom Ambush being at level 9. So I like that S8UL have recognized that and they've actually balanced out the levels in their team. I think that is huge for them. They are coming up against, yes, again, the Meowscarada. Fascinating that Talonflame was accessible for both teams there, Fu, but neither decided to go for it. I know there wasn't a typical backlaner like the Inteleon that Talonflame likes to target, but I feel like it's just the best speedster in the game right now.
Yeah, I agree as well. I do think Talonflame would be incredible, but I think just looking at the drafts here, if you're on the side of Fibonacci, Talonflame doesn't really do anything into Tyranitar and Trevenant, right, in the late game. And on the other side, SAUL, Talonflame doesn't afford early game advantage compared to Leafeon to go up against the draft that Fibonacci has brought out. So we have an understanding of how they go through. We have an XV-Share Pikachu as well. So that means there's going to be no typical healing for Fibonacci, making the draft a little bit more squishy. And maybe the Gengar's actually a great pick here.
Yeah, it's just whether they can get themselves to level 5 quickly. It does look like Fibonacci are going to be really aggressive with it. Yagballs, of course, are building up that Mega Meat. As soon as they hit level 5, they will be able to Mega. That's going to be tough for them to handle down there. But Leafeon already grabbing that first aura from the central area, diving straight into this top lane here, trying to pick up Mithril. Not able to, but it looks like they will be able to catch out Pikachu, and that's just going to give even more experience for this Larvitar.
Oh, I mean, this is exactly what you want to see from a Leafeon, but there goes it down. Like, first KO coming out from the Honedge. That is an excellent way to start this game if you're Fibonacci shutting down the enemy central area player, and it's going to be the same fate for Kyurem as well. So these 850 birds, they're all going to go on the side of Fibonacci. They have 4 members up top, only a Larvitar to defend this pad. Oh, not a great start for SAUL.
Maybe it's a tactic. Let them break that pad as early as possible so Larvitar gets access to more experience, mate. Maybe that's the plan they're going for. They're going to try and see if they can defend it here. Mithril trying to sneak in. This 23. They will be able to put pressure onto Kyurem, and they'll just get free experience as well as scoring these points now. So difficult for S8UL currently. We do now have Horns from the field. They do land that Dream Eater, but with them being half health, it doesn't look like they want to progress with it. And yet again, Fibonacci continuing with this aggression. It's working for them. They're in the central area. Take away what you can from S8UL here. There's a Dream Eater again, but they end up using it on the double team. That is the difficulty of Meowscarada. So hard to catch through.
And I think that's exactly why they play Meowscarada, right, instead of any other speedster, just because it takes a little bit more effort now on the side of SAUL to actually pick the correct target, and you will be able to waste Emerald 2 steps, might be able to waste Dream Eaters, and with these Pokemon so reliant on their moves, it might be able to set up a great opportunity for the rest of your team to get the advantage in some of these fights. So All Might still up in the top path, trying to gain their levels there, but we will have Aegislash looking at potentially another fight. They will have their wide guard now. They got it in good time, and they're going to look to slash and dash Kyurem. Psychic will not be able to connect onto them, so Kyurem gets to live another day.
Ooh, maybe
not.
We do have Meowscarada also picking out that Pupitar there, buddy. They were trying to score some points, but they spotted it. So, unfortunately, they're not going to get the experience they are desperate for. As we have Fibonacci push back onto this pad. They're going to see if they can pick up Kyurem. They do manage to get themselves out with that, but nope. They do go down. They put some good points in. 102 to Donuts on the board right now. Through S8UL are definitely on the back foot here.
I agree. I think this is not a position that SAUL prefers to play in. They're normally very dominant from the get-go, but it's what you expect, to be honest, coming out from a draft that they've put on. They just have to hold on, right? Maybe get a defense. Maybe if they can pocket this Reggie Rock at the basement here, they're going to be able to give them team a little bit more experience. We have another potential siege coming out from SAUL. It's going to be a Trick Hooper, if I'm correct, trying to save this Haunter coming in and out with the Phantom Force. They are going to be able to push some of the members, but it looks like ULAB might get the best of your Haunter here. They need to try to get out. They're trick avoiding a little bit of a shield. Tano will mean that Pikachu gets that KO, but on the top side, more disaster for Team SAUL as the Regieleki walks in, and looks like there were some dunks on top as well. So 146 to 21 so far.
Leafeon finally managing to get some important stacks as well, buddy. They've just hit that level 9 mark. We're still wanting more levels for Team S8UL. They only have that one Unite move being the Emerald 2-step. Here's some pressure onto this T1 pad. Some good defense from Rex, but it is looking like Fibonacci are going to be able to get themselves out of there with that full power Sai, buying some space for the rest of their team. No negatives out of that engagement, although, as I say, that side up does go down. Gengar finding the one, but they aren't able to find the second. Double team was able to get out of there for automatic, and it looks like Fibonacci are keeping this advantage throughout this game. S8UL are still grasping for any kind of advantage they can find.
Yeah, so it's still a little bit tough. They will have the Tyranitar now. It looks like they were using their Unite move up top side. Not able to get any KO. Oh, they do get a KO on the Aegislash though, so they will hit that level 10 for their team. You can slowly feel like some of these engagements are going to the side of SAUL, at least getting the big picks on the carries, with obviously the Masquerada going down, and then also the Aegislash there, but still no score lead for SAUL as they're trying to find an opportunity here. Maybe this one with the Emerald 2-step to delete Pikachu. Going back to the Pokemon Center, the Phantom Forest indicates that Rex wants to give a good fight there as a Infinite Cyburn able to poke out all members of SAUL, but automatic here to clean up as we have the Gengar going down to the Floral Flourish. And what a response coming out from Code Unknown Fibonacci.
That was a millisecond for that Infinite Cyburn to stop that scoring, mate. Great play by them. And Pikachu, wow, okay, they managed to steal the Lecky away. Mithril's also there to take down Godzilla. T-Tar has been destroyed, and now Snowy's trying to see what they can do to get away. They do use the wide guard on the side of Mithril just to try and disrupt them. Some points raining into this basement pad now, and finally, S8UL have the lead for the first time in this game so far, buddy. Snowy does fall, and that Lecky yet again has gone into that T2. I think we're seeing Psyduck make a run for it.
Yeah, it's a bit scary. I think there's not going to be enough time for a third Regieleki. I might be wrong there, though, but with that, they will be able to break it. It's going to be ULAP, and I do not think a Tyranitar will be able to take down the Psyduck because the Headache is going to be able to push them back, but they will run themselves into a Gengar, but this is just the power of this Darkrai. The reason why it's been banned most of the time, the most feared Pokemon in Fierce Sky Ruins right now, and another one's going to be this Hooper being unbound there, pushing everyone out from Fibonacci as it buys a bit of time for Badshot to rip this Reggie for their team. Snowy on 1 HP. They really need the health regen coming out from the Reg Ice, as we will have another push coming through. Phantom Ambush picking out the Pikachu and the Mewtwo. Chaos Sugar 2 for them, as we have a late Phantom Forest to come through. Not sure whether Rex is going to be able to get that back, Tano.
No, I feel like they utilized all of the Unite moves they could whilst it was just above that 3-minute mark, but now they're going to have to do something to make sure they can grab that with a lot of farm. Maybe they want to farm the rest of Fibonacci. We do have some push in, but Tyranitar falls. They've taken 3 from the side of S8UL. Rex looks like they're going to fall as well. A 2 KO for Masquerada. Okay, so Automatic and the rest of the team are now going to push onto this T1 pad. Of course, Hooper is here. They can use those portals, but they're just going to let this one go. 287, 297 now. Fibonacci have managed to get the advantage as they come into Rayquaza in 20 seconds.
Speaking of advantage, this Regieleki is going to be a huge advantage to Fibonacci if they are able to get this. That's probably why Snowy has been set up top already, just to make sure that they secure this one. Not because they want to score potentially, but just so that they don't have the pressure of another one. We do have a Flower Trick boosted onto Trevenant. There goes Rex. No Unite moves to help out. And we will have Snowy running up top to see whether they can get a counter dunk but with the Trevenant getting out there, Tano, it's going to be a huge numbers advantage for Fibonacci, and they're going to start this with a rip on their Rayquaza, baits out the roll call coming out from Kyurem, trying to bring everybody in. Big pull from the Floral Flourish as well, but Rex finds the Unite move, able to keep sustained there, and it's actually going to be a good knockout on the Pikachu before they get their Unite move in. Rex yet again trying to find a way to keep the fight, trying to stall out before the Hooper and the Tyrant comes back in. Maybe not going to be able to do that. Beast the Meowscarada takes them down. Badshah able to trade that out for the Mewtwo Y, though, is going to be pretty huge. And they're going to get the reset, but their hands boosted. Not able to take down Badshah. So yet again, we have a refight potential, but now we have the numbers advantage for Team SAUL.
This is a really close game. I'm loving this, buddy. Who's going to make the decision to go back for this engage? Of course, All Might is back here. That's a huge carry that they have in this late game. It's going to be what they can do on the side of Mithril to try and block them. There's a Psychic onto the T-Tar, but of course, they've got the run. They're going around. We've got the Tree Meters falling in as well, but it runs into a wide guard. There's the Thunderstorm from the Pikachu. Is it going to do enough, though? It does look like Fibonacci have taken down two. The carries are falling. Gengar goes. Kyurem is the only one here as we see Leafeon try to run back in. They don't have Emerald two-step. It might be quite close though. They utilized it at the beginning of Rayquaza. It's not that high of a cooldown, but Snowy's going to be caught out anyway. And with an ace onto SAUL, Fibonacci are going to be able to take this next game and the whole set.
They might be named a code unknown Fibonacci, but they've actually found the code to beating SAUL. A very dominant performance in that Rayquaza fight. They were able to kind of dismantle SAUL one by one. And with those Thunderburgers coming into the home pad, I think very confidently they've cemented their ticket into the grand finals of today's tournament. Last minute Infinite Cybern will go through, but it doesn't matter now. Tano, we have found ourselves a winner. A clean sweep for Code Unknown Fibonacci.
Yeah, 2-0s all the way for Code Unknown, and that's impressive, especially coming up against Team SAUL, another team that has been going 2-0 throughout the whole of this tournament, buddy. So, wow, I think that's going to be an interesting one. Team SAUL are going to fall down to that losers finals. They're waiting to see if they go against Ranked Demons or Asylum, but I tell you what, that is an impressive showing from Code Unknown Fibonacci. They played really well in that 89k damage coming out from Yagballs, 80 from Mithril. And I feel like I did like the game plan from SAUL though, Fu. I feel like once All Might got up on that T-Tar, it was definitely more difficult for them to handle that team, but they just managed to hang in there on the side of Code Unknown Fibonacci.
Yeah, I do think that they were able to kind of push SAUL into that little triangle choke, right? Onto the enemy side there, and although we had the iframes coming out of Kyurem to send everyone in with the portal to bring Snowy back into the fight, it was kind of a really tough position, and it actually led to Snowy being in a very bad position in terms of the amount of damage a Floral Flourish in that little circle could have done to the team. And with Rex just getting the Unite move back in a little bit late, it wasn't enough to stun them out before they lost some crucial members on their team. So a great performance, but SAUL yet again having opportunity in the losers today to see whether they can earn their revenge
from the
ticket.
Area diving straight into this top lane here, trying to pick up
last
Mithril.
game. I mean, we did anticipate Snowy exactly a very bit of damage up in the early game, but we also saw some crucial KOs, maybe some lucky ones coming out from the Aegislash.
Yeah, the difficulty is that they managed to get the advantage with the Leafeon from the get-go, and then unfortunately stayed a little bit too long. There's a Tyrannical Outrage from T-Tar at the Rayquaza fight. It's a great decision. You want to try and see if you can lock down those KOs quickly, but the thing is, when you have Wide Guard on that Aegislash, you're utilizing Emerald two-step, but they're just putting it up, getting themselves those boosteds that they can use through, and then they're just going to clean up the rest of the team with it. It was so difficult for them to handle those. All they had to do here was just back the rest of them out, because look at the damage that comes in from Meowscarada as well, mate. You're getting CC'd whilst you've got that flower trick on you, and you just know you're going to get KO'd. It was actually a really clean team fight coming out from Fibonacci here.
Yeah, I think just the Meowscarada able to provide the damage without being in the vicinity with the double team made it so hard, I think, for SAUL to really counter, and you can see a team wipe at the end of it just to make sure that the Rayquaza is going to be uncontested for them. But at the end of the day, they're going to be ahead if they get another score in after the team wipe anyway. So we're going to send it to a quick break, ladies and gentlemen, as we get set up for some of the loser bracket matches for you guys. Lobo will make their return with Tano as they will be able to bring that in. So we're going to be able to give you that game very soon. So keep your eyes peeled. We'll be right back.
Welcome back. Oh, sorry, Tony. You go for it, my friend. mm. Mm-hmm. No, absolutely not. And I think all eyes were on Badshaw with that Intellion, right? So, we had to make sure that 3 speedsters versus Badshaw on that Intellion, it had to be stopped. They did an all right job. did solo esports. They didn't panic against a 3-speedster comp, but when you have a 3-speedster comp, my friend, it is way, way too hard to deal with. But that is Code Unknown Fibonacci heading on into waiting in the grand finals. But we are now heading on to the losers semi-finals as we're going to take a quick gander, get a quick peek at the brackets. Tana, you can give me a little update on what we're going to see going forward in these brackets.
Yeah, I mean, look, here's the update. So, believe it or not, in Losers Round 2, Team Asylum went up not only against Ranked Demons, but also Zeus to win 2-0. So now it's Ranked Demons versus Team Asylum in Losers Round 3. But, of course, no surprise with the finals already being Fibonacci going on in, buddy. I mean, if you look at the winners bracket, of course, it is pretty much just 2-0 all the way for Team S8UL and Fibonacci until they hit that final. And then on this Losers side, it looks like it's been Asylum getting that 2-0 victory alongside Ranked Demons. So this Losers Round 3 is going to be really interesting between these two teams, mate.
No, I agree with you 100%. Team Asylum was sent down by SAUL Esports, so they're looking for that run back to come down. And, I want to see it as well. But we're no more pontification from us. It's the new term of the week that you and I like to say, pontificating away on these bans. But Sadak Absol, the current bans are going to be sewn up. We saw the top bans, the top picks. These two Pokemon were littered all over those.
That they are. Are they going to stick with the Umbreon ban here? Would not surprise me. And you know what? I suspect a Talonflame ban alongside this Absol. If you're banning out one speedster, typically you want to get rid of two. And as I say that, it looks like they're going to lock it in there. Buddy Firefly looks like they're going to take it out. But no, they're going to rotate onto the Snorlax, another heavy defender that they're going to take out of this game. Maybe they have their own plan for that Talonflame.
Man, those beautiful graphics that the guys in the back made up for us. Tell the story. These bans have been consistent throughout Excel, unless Barcha, God bless his soul, for, you see what I did there? Making sure that Inteleon gets a show in the ban jail. Disciple's going to pick up Talonflame now. We have seen Disciple play a lot of Absol so far. They did play it very well, but what better species to go on to than a Talonflame?
Yeah, I me and Fu was mentioning it. I think it is the biggest speedster in the game right now. It's massive, probably closely contested by Masquerada. Also, being able to get the Blissey is going to be huge, pairing that with the Trevenant. Snorlax not being there, I think, is probably Trevenant being the second best, but Fake Golden has taken that Slowbro, so they're at least going to have access to the Slow Beam, which is going to be really important to trying to take out that Talonflame. Redu taking down the Hooper as well, and they're going to pair that with Firefly on the Shifu. Oh, buddy, are we happy to see this? Mimikyu is coming out to play.
Hello. Obviously, I'm standing up, so which means I can dance my little Lobo heart all the live long day when I get to see the tiny little ghost pup who just wants to be friends with everybody, especially with that Unite move play with me. When you play with me against Slowbro, Slow Beam versus play with me, I still think Slow Beam is probably the best Unite move in the game when it comes to all complete lockdown. But, Mimikyu's not too bad on the other side. The OG Red Op was hovering over the OG Purple Op when it came to that Sorul. I almost forgot his name for a second there. But they've decided to go with the double all-rounder pick. Lucario is an interesting one. It has the speed to really get away from Talonflame no matter what move that it's going to play. But Espeon, we also know, has a beautiful Unite move in that Psychic Solaire. And if it's paired with Future Sight as well as Stored Power, just able to dish out a lot of damage.
Yeah, now look, I like what's gone on here on the side with the double all-rounders, but what I will say is that it does look like, of course, we do have that Talonflame, and we need to remember Mimikyu is pretty much a pseudo-speedster, to be honest, mate, so it does look like they're going to go really aggressive from the get-go here. They don't really have any range. Of course, you can play Psyshock on that Espeon, and whilst it is decent, it doesn't really compare to the Charge Beam that Miraidon can drop, so for the side of range damage, and I think I like the way that they've built that comp over there because they've got some strong front line that they can put around that Miraidon to protect it from that Talonflame.
It's really interesting here. This is why we talk about it, why Inteleon was the more preferred attacker in these instances, because it's just got that mobility edge over Miraidon on that charge beam. It's kind of just stuck in that space. So it is going to be able to be sitting ducks for any kind of Shadow Sneak, Play Rough, Shadow Claw kind of moveset that's going to come out. But we don't get Tana. We've got an Urshifu here, the second god of Secure, the other one being Blaziken that we saw earlier on as these teams head on into Thea Sky Ruins. We are going in with Urshifu as your central laner, as it predicted, but no invades this time around, so that little bear gets all of its farm all to itself.
Yeah, it looks like Cooper's also going to get the red aura so they can come in and cause some chaos in this top pad. They do want to utilize the slow, but they get some nice stacks in here already on this Lucario. OG Red op, making sure they are the op in that top lane. Pressure in this basement lane already from this Miraidon.
Yeah, I agree with you. Having a Slowbro inside that lane, but there, Mimikyu's going in, but it's going to get taken down super quickly before these Altaris even come in. Lucario gets a comeback as well. Nice little handshake trade inside those pads, but a nice, beautiful Shedinja popped by the little Strixer. But Urshifu's here to make sure that Talonflame also gets sent back. The Altaris haven't even spawned. We've had 2 KOs, Tano. What are we going to see in this engage here?
It's absolutely no surprise, mate. These Pokemon that have been picked are so aggressive that we're seeing so much coming out in this early game. All of that mid-birds are going to go to the side of rank demons, and now they're going to get some tasty scores into this top pad. They don't want to break it too early, though. You don't want to be giving away that experience at such an early stage, but it does look like Asylum have done the same on the basement pad. A very close game already here, Lobo.
Yeah, look, I want to point out, I thought we might be seeing Trick Hooper because we have seen it used quite a lot recently, but we do have the Hyperspace Hole, which allows ranked demons to really be even more aggressive than they usually are. And look at where this Hooper is right now, Tana. The little Trickster is just going to get in and out, take some farm away, but not going to take that portal. Again, I want to see how aggressive we go. We're heading on into the middle. Altares Charge Beam is going to be charged up, but Urshifu's here.
Oh, Talonflame going in with the Brave Bird as well, picking up the KO onto Miraidon, but they do need to run away from Firefly, diving back in onto the Shifu. It's an interesting call. Let's see if it works for them, Connor. No, it did not. OG Red OP taking them out quite easily. You've got to be careful with that Brave Bird because you do have a little bit of notification, and they just charged up that Wicked Blow for them there, Lobo.
I agree with you. Shadow Sneak has gone on to Urshifu. Charge Beam is there from the Marauder, but it is not Charge Beam, Tano. It is Electro Drift. A nice option, but getting away with 1 HP in a dream. Altaria spawned right now, but these teams are more interested in fighting each other than fighting the farm.
I kind of like the Electro Drift, though. You've got the Mimikyu and you've got that Speedster on there as well. Are they able to find the KOs? They do take down Lucario, but the portals were there to get them back for some healing on the side of Firefly. They are very close to being able to get their Ebon Fist up and ready to go as well. We're going to see if Blissey can steal this Registeel, but with that Thunder dropped onto them, I don't know if they're going to be able to get in there. And then Fate Golden picks them up with a Telekinesis, and that's an easy lock-in for the Registeel for Rank Demons. Are they going to continue to push this, though? I like the decision to retreat. There's the Brave Bird. The Flame Sweep was trying to take him out the portal, but it wasn't able to find Shifu, Lobo.
Yeah, I'm seeing this come through right now. Great attacking presence, great defending presence. Nice Flame Sweep coming out from Asylum. We are seeing the Play Rough Mimikyu coming out, which is interesting to me because the opposition seem a little bit more brawly when it comes to Urshifu as well as Miraidon, but it might be Play Rough to just take down the Miraidon. But on the other side, Slowbro has gone that Surf Telekinesis moveset, which means it's really going to stop the Mimikyu from doing anything that it can do. So, both teams have really thought about it. Now we're going here. Ranked Demons are going to make sure that they try and secure this, but Talonflame is there a little bit too late.
That was so close, buddy. I thought they would be able to steal that, but of course Shifu has such great secure potential using that Wicked Blow. That's going to be the matchup of this game. Can Talonflame secure against the Shifu? Can the Slowbro out-secure and deal with the Mimikyu? The Slow Beam lands onto the Talonflame. That's going to do enough to keep them out of that fight, but the Trevenant does find the Shifu as well. Miraidon diving on in, and they've let the rings loose down on that basement pad, buddy. They don't get as much out of it as they could have done, but that is a good advantage nevertheless.
Oh my god! What a timed flame sweep waiting for the Shedinja doll to get popped! No way! I just saw that. Beautifully timed by Disciple, but he pays for it as Lucario comes onto the other side to collect a heavy debt.
Yeah, they also only got a 1 overcap on that goal because they were trying to get it in as quick as possible. They could have got the 30, they went for the 20, so not as much as they would have hoped for, but it looks like they still have the lead, 164 to 130. It's definitely a very close game with that regard. Levels-wise, Lucario has just hit 12, so it's not going to be easy for them to catch up with that. Level 11 on the Mimikyu. This Registeel is going to go a long way to catching up this level gap.
Asylum want this. They want to take it quickly, which is why Talonflame is here. Trevor's going to try and make sure that nobody comes in, but Urshifu going to high knees his way in. Bright Future Meteor Storm lands. Does the secure. Goes by the way of Talonflame. And now Ranked Demons have a problem here, but they don't mind. They're going to try and pick up these KOs, Tommy.
It's not easy to catch these all-rounders out at all, buddy. As soon as they get weak, Espeon does manage to find OP Red there, but as soon as they get weak, they are being really skillful at utilizing the hindrance resistance to get out. 40 dunk here for the Mimikyu, so close from Red Ducks, but it's not going to be enough. They have to use the Shedinja doll, and it looks like Mimikyu's going to get out scot-free as well.
There's something incredibly funny about a Hoopa that's gone full unbound, dropping as small as anything into a Shedinja doll, but Disciple is not going to let Urshifu get away from this one as Ebon Fist comes out. Fights breaking out inside central areas right now.
That was a massive Horn Leech as well coming in for Riku. It was enough to push the Shifu out of the way of the portal, and they got that KO. But now, staying in the central area is an interesting one. There's a Psychic Solaire. It's not going to do enough, though, or is it? Yes, they are. They get themselves out. The Bliss assistance was absolutely huge there, but they're staying around here too long. This is the difficulty. Riku is back there. Are they going to be able to pick up the Espeon? Yes, they are. Slowbro with a basic takes them down. Is the Talonflame, though. The Brave does enough to take out Miraidon, and it looks like with that portal, they make the retreat from the side of Ranked Demons.
BGM had no business surviving for as long as they did with an Espeon. This is why Stored Power is such a good moveset, providing that extra movement speed as well as Future Sight locking on as well, doing that extra damage. We have hit the 2-minute 45 mark, Tano. I'm going to let you take a break for a bit. That mouth must be tired from all that speedy yapping you've been doing. Let's check out these levels, shall we? Level 13 Mimikyu, level 13 Talonflame. That's not what you want to see, but the same way goes the other side. Level 13 Urshifu, level 13 Lucario, definitely not what you want to see as well. Level 12 Slowbro is a nice addition to any side. Disciple's going to rip down this Regieleki on the top side before Slowbro and Urshifu can have anything to say about it as they make their way to top path. Now, I think Ranked Demons have a problem. They have a decision to make. 8 seconds to go until this sorry, not even Reggie, it's a Rayquaza. Two R words, so hard to mix up with each other, but that Regieleki is going to walk in. Rip has started here, Tano.
That it has. This is going to be a quick one. There's a Psychic Solaire coming out. The Bright Future Meteor Storm is going to land as well. Who's going to lock it in? It's Ranked Demons who secured it. Of course it's Shifu. Who else would it be, Lobo? They get an ace onto Asylum as well. They put up the white flag. Ranked Demons are going to take game 1.
Oh my god, white flag gets waved. I mean, no more please. No more please. A team wipe in the middle of all of that. They just decided to go for it, even though the Regieleki walked into their side of the pad. They said, nope, we've got the secures. You try and out-secure us, because let's be honest, on the side of Asylum, there ain't much going in the way of secure for there. They have a lot of damage potential. They have a lot of stun potential. They have a lot of snowballing potential. But between the OG Redman and Firefly, you've got those secures locked in, and I think they did a absolutely fantastic job. Game 1 to Ranked Demons now. This is new for us. It is a best of 3 in the lower bracket, Tana.
It is, yeah. We're so used to best of 1s, but no, Protest Series, it has to be a best of 3, buddy. That's how we like to play it here. But I gotta say, I mean, no surprise that yet again, Espeon has the most damage in the game. That's why we see Espeon get picked up so much. Stored Power, as we already saw, makes them so difficult to catch. And I did like the strategy from Asylum. I liked the game plan of, hey, let's go in and try and get both of these objectives before the Rayquaza spawns. And they managed to do so, but what smart play from Ranked Demons to think, well, let's just go for the rip. They're not all here. We've got the secure. Go for the rip. And it worked for them. An absolute treat, buddy. Now they're going to take this series 1 up.
I'm a little confused here because I'm a little conflicted because as much as I love seeing Obito play what Obito plays, I don't know if Mimikyu was the choice here. We saw obviously on the ban and pick list, there is a ghost type Pokemon that has some sharp edges that could have acted as a secure potential in that last match. Aegislash is a fantastic Pokemon, and I think it does take a little bit longer to get online than your traditional Mimikyu who gets access to Play Rough or Shadow Claw at that level 5, but also needs level 7 for that Shadow Sneak. But however, Doublade is a Pokemon that can survive for a little bit on his own, building up those boosters, and has a fantastic
you've got the Mimikyu and you've got that. Don't know if they're going to be able to get in there.
They want to go coming up as we check out some of these highlights, Tano.
Yeah, I think it was really close for both these teams in this game, to be honest, mate. It could have gone either way. Good lock-in on these objectives, though. Talonflame just being able to sneak that one away from Registeel was huge, Lobo. It looked like it was going to be taken by Shifu again, but it did honestly feel like that matchup was, can Talonflame out-secure Shifu? Can the Slowbro lock down the Mimikyu before Mimikyu locks down anyone else on the other side? They were the two matchups to keep a close eye on, and to be honest, there were multiple times throughout that where it went both ways, but this here, great game plan from Ranked Demons. Yes, they've got both objectives, but look, they're already still trying to come back into the pit here, our Asylum, because they grabbed that Regice and the rip was just instantly on. If you have Shifu in the middle of this pit here, you know you can rest on that secure there, Lobo.
Yeah, the Bright Future Meteor Storm, the Hooper Unbound, there is Urshifu and Lucario in the middle of all of that. Lucario, I do believe, was playing Power Up Punch that entire time. And it just, again, you've got double secure on your side. And if one is going to miss, the other's going to miss. And if both miss, then maybe I think Asylum have a way back into that. I want to know how they're going to change this up as well. I'm not too sure about this. I feel like the bans are going to stay the same, Tano. I feel like we're still going to see the same old bans that we saw before. I don't think Psyduck and Umbreon are going to get any love whatsoever this time around. We haven't seen them let out of ban jail just yet. Snorlax probably not going to be let out of ban jail anytime soon either. But maybe Absol is going to trade places with any of these bans. Nope, I am completely wrong. It is Urshifu that's going to be in that ban jail this time around.
Wow, okay, so they feel like Shifu did so much in that game that they have to take it out. I think that is a huge shout out to you as a player. Talonflame and Absol is also going to be taken out of the game and is the Slowbro. So let's see what they think is the most important. It's got to be Snorlax here, right, Lobo?
No, I mean, I might have to disagree with you on this one. Nope, even if I disagree with you, I'm wrong anyway. I'm wrong anyway. You know, why do I even try? Why do I even try, honestly? But I'm surprised we didn't see Psyduck or Umbreon being played. That shows just how much respect these players are now putting on Snorlax. But I guess I can take a half point. I'll take a half cookie, Tano, because the two Pokemon that I thought were going to get picked up straight away are Umbreon and Psyduck. Umbreon and Psyduck, which we love to see, and Redux is going to pick up Lucy.
Yeah, I mean, hey, Riku's got a cookie on it. You take half of that cookie, mate. You deserve it. But no, it is definitely important, showing how Snorlax is so important for these teams. We are going to take the Miraidon there, and I like it because you can utilize both. We mentioned how it's difficult for you to be able to... Oh my god, we have a Charizard. Sorry, I'm going to cut myself off there, Lobo. Charizard coming out to play with an attack item on it as well. So that's exciting. Of course, Seismic Slam still a great Unite move in this game.
No, I agree with you. Now, I'm curious if they just want to punch or if they just want to burn. You know, are we going to see the stun come out from Charizard? Look at that profile picture. It's so aggressively cool. But I think the Sapple heard me, Tano. I think they heard me because Aegislash is being picked up ahead of Mimikyu this time round. Not too sure about that potion, but it gives the sword a little bit of a chance to continue on. Not too much stun on the side of your purple team. I believe that's Ranked Demons is on your purple side. Asylum is on your orange side. I might be corrected very shortly. I'm not too sure. So maybe Full Heal not is forgivable here this time around.
Yeah, interestingly, we have 5 all-rounders coming out to play in this game, chat. So it feels like we've maybe gone back a couple of seasons here, and now we're seeing the rise of the all-rounders again. I don't know whether they have enough, though, over on the side of Asylum to be able to handle what they have on the side of Ranked Demons. But the thing is, Zacian, of course, probably going to be up in that top lane, right? Level 5 is a massive power spike for that Pokemon. If they can get that level 5 quickly, they can get a good advantage. damage in that top lane, but Obito is going to be quick getting in there on Serena.
No, I agree with you. Serena, one of the more powerful all-rounders right now, just the ability to sustain and team fight with the best of them, just be able to put up all that damage. I'm actually super interested to see how this tie-up fight is going to go as we head on in to Thea Sky Ruins. But Zacian taking that central area, my friend.
Yeah, that they are. Let's see if they're going to be able to get any invades coming their way. It doesn't look like it. Both are just going to be left to do what they need to do in their own central areas here.
Yeah, look, I'm so surprised. We talk about the draft once again. Talonflame Absol banned out, but there are still two other very, very OP species on the table for you to pick, but not either one of them got a look in, especially, I guess, when you have Umbreon and Psyduck as well being picked off. Those species don't look as appetizing as originally advertised.
No, and it's going to be interesting to see a game without all those speedsters, to be honest. That's where we feel like people are going to be showcasing a lot of their skill. Charmander just trying to see if they can continue with the aggression onto Miraidon here. They're not going to be able to pick them up, but they just do consistent damage, and they're going to get some good stacks here as well, Lobo.
Getting a 7 stack against the Miraidon, but Miraidon proved why one is a legendary and one is a starter Pokemon. Sword v Sword inside this top part, gonna Sacred Sword out, but hits a wall. Zacian, Firefly's gonna make sure that Doublade doesn't go anywhere without any problem, gets a KO, but Serena's also gonna go in unnecessarily, gets a KO. I don't know where the Zacian went. Psyduck managing to pick up a KO. These Altares went completely as the byway as the beautiful surf. This is why that Psyduck was banned. It is quack, quack, quacking, surf, surf, surfing, hang tenin all over this top part.
Listen, Asylum may have paid off these Altarias, buddy, because it was that took out the Zacian, so we'll have to keep a close eye on that one. We may be taking those Altarias to jail for betting, but either way, here we go, the push on this basement pad. We're going to get some more stacks in from this Umbreon. It is going to be Electro Drift Miraidon yet again, Lobo.
I think this will be interesting. I haven't seen what the Umbreon has going to play, but initially I can imagine when you see an Electro Drift. Psyduck was going towards Miraidon as we head into the central area. It goes as quickly as they come. Altaris, they just never get any love. But now Psyduck is going to be pushed on by the Zacian, but it does not care. Gonna surf his way on out. Electro Drift's gonna head on in. Unfortunately, Serena is surrounded, but Psyduck is there. What other partner do you need to assist royalty than the Psyduck, the little derpy duck that could? Zacian has to pop on out. Eject button pop to try and catch it. And now Asylum looking strong with the two Royals, the Royal Sword and the Royal Queen in that top path, causing some real problems.
This might be where we see the power spikes change on this game. 720's about to spawn in here, buddy, but we do have Aegislash and Serena here. The Electro Drift isn't going to do enough to pick up any KOs just yet, and it looks like they're going to get some on the side of Asylum. They do find Psyduck, but it feels like Ranked Demons are so strong right now.
Oh my god. Aegislash popping that wide guard as Electro Drift went in. Just say, sing, song, slash, all your way through. What did I just say there? Slash, all the whole way through as Aegislash picks up another nice little combination. They start this Regieleki on the top. Blissey is here, but can the little egg with the safeguard, the helping hand slap? No secure for Blissey. Oh, what a sight that would have been.
Aegislash and Serena now being here really strong at these levels as well. Serena very close to that 9. Means that Ranked Demons are now having a very difficult game, buddy. They don't have the power spikes they need, and it feels like Asylum are being able to win this mid-game as we come up, and they do take that Registeel on the side of Ranked Demons, but the scores go into that T2.
165 to 34. Ranked Demons are going to try and get some scores back of their own, leaving that basement pad on 3 points. Psyduck walking around with a sword. That is definitely not a Pokemon you want to give a sharp object to. Aegislash is going to go in. Revenant Rend is going to get blocked by the wide guard. Speaking of block, it's going to Snorlax is going to block the Aegislash away. There's the Seismic Slam, the Super Slam coming out from Charizard, but Cerulege just hightails it out of there. Doesn't want to get burned by Charizard. A really nice job there, breaking ankles as Charizard's trying to catch up with its fire-type counterpart. But look at where Psyduck is, trying to chase as well, but no, Cerulege made it out.
I would be so fuming if I was the Charizard there, but not being able to get that KO. Really good play from that Cerulege to be able to dodge that, but it does look like down in this basement lane is where we're going to have this next team fight. Charizard and Cerulege have gone their own way into the top lane, maybe deciding that, hey, we'll continue this up there, whilst we wait for some farm to pop up for either team to go for here.
That's funny. I've never seen a Pokemon player pout in the middle of a game. It's just gone, fine, I'll just go into the top lane by myself. You have your life there. But as we see, Miraidon is here trying to deal with an Umbreon, so hard to deal with. Do you really want to go up against a Psyduck and an Umbreon, even though you have two legendary Pokemon? Electro just goes in, gets caught. Serena gets caught by the block into the wall. Umbreon is in a bit of bother here, but just able to make their way up. Pops the X speed. Psyduck is here to try and trap them in with Surf, but to no avail. Waiting for the Pokemon that do the most damage. Aegislash is in that bush, and the Psychic just missed. But now, I think Ranked Demon's doing a great job of just avoiding the carries, not getting caught out by Psyduck and Umbreon. Aegislash going to try and secure this one. Coup de grace! Manages to hit it! Bright Future Meteor Storm hits the field. Charizard decides to unite, says, I want a piece of this now. You're not getting away from me. Asylum have locked everybody down. All hands to the Asylum. There's a jailbreak because they're headed for that tier 2.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to be able to defend this. Oh my god, it's right on the edge. There's the Revenant Rend. Oh, they do manage to stop it just before it goes in. The rip is on. The entirety of Ranked Demons was there to defend it. A nice 50 dunk here from Asylum. Make sure that they have an even more extended lead. But look here, buddy. Ranked Demons, they want to push this T1.
Oh, they do. They stop the jailbreak heading out of the Asylum. Psyduck picks up a Citrus Berry. Stomp's going to come in from Serena. Queenly ascending onto the Miraidon. Take a knee. Miraidon doesn't get away from Umbreon. It cannot be stopped. Now, Snorlax is between a rock and a hard place, but the Psychic manages to send them back to Nurse Joy. Aegislash going to pick this up, waiting for that. So Rule Edge, not this time around. Charizard is going to pick a battle with its former enemy as they're going to make sure Rule Edge goes down this time.
It honestly feels like Asylum has had the advantage in this game from the 6-minute mark, buddy. As soon as they had Serena and Aegislash at some good levels, being able to do a lot in each of these lanes, it has felt like they have the advantage. And Ranked Demons, they're on a bit of a back foot here. If they can pick up Aegislash, that might be the difference. They use the wide guard. They don't manage to take them out because look at the huge snarl coming in from Reiku. Such a powerful hit with that foul play stops them from being able to get close to Aegislash.
This is why Umbreon is banned out. Aegislash was in a place where it should have never actually gotten out, being chased down by Zacian and Miraidon, and then Umbreon able to come in and save their teammate. 3 minutes have come and gone. Tano, no Unite move should be used, but never say never when it comes to these teams. They'll fight it out as long as you can let them. But 2 minutes till this top Regieleki spawns. Maybe Asylum want to go for this, but I think they're just seizing each other out. Umbreon just going to shake off that heavy slam. Means nothing to him.
They're a big fan of Taylor Swift, so am I. Shake it off is exactly what Umbreon is doing there, buddy. And now we have a dive in here with yet again Disapple on the Aegislash. This is interesting. In the central area for Ranked Demons, they're all popping off. This is the Rayquaza fight, buddy. Apologies, but it looks like it's all fighting down. And as if I speak, the ace is on. Ranked Demons have been deleted. Asylum can now rip this Rayquaza, but we have 5 seconds before it spawns again.
Oh my god, all the Unite moves were used. I'm not sure if Bright Future Meteor Storm was used as well. This is going to go down to the wire. Who we got? Blissey is here. It is Aegislash that managed to secure the team fight. The team wipe was there. Asylum are going to take this one. Let's go. What a team fight to break out. That Charizard Unite move coming up at 220 was out of this world. And then they decided, let's just go with it. White flag waved as soon as Rayquaza decided to pop up. Holy.
Buddy, that was such a quick fight. Like, I was about to hand it off to you, and then all of a sudden, it exploded, and everybody was KO'd on the side of Ranked Demons. What a way to engage on the side of Asylum. They saw the opportunity, they took that opportunity, and it worked for them like a treat.
I think Asylum played that game so incredibly well. Oppressiveness from the get-go. This is why Talonflame was not... I'm sorry, not Talonflame. This is why Umbreon and Psyduck were not allowed. Those two Pokemon causing problems all over the map. If it is your Umbreon, they're able to just get in and out. They saved. I believe they saved. It was Disapple on that Aegislash multiple times. That Ray fight kicked off with the Disapple engage, and then BGM came in with the Unite move. If you're already low health with an Aegislash with full stacks, and you're not only getting burned from above, by a Charizard, you are going to lose all of your HP. We saw the Bright Future Meteor Storm come down. It did not matter. I'm not even sure I saw a Bliss Assistance. I'm not even sure that anything could have survived that, because the Unite moves in that combined from the side of Asylum. We've got Coup de Grace, we've got Queenly Ascendant, we've got the Charizard Unite move, we've got Psyduck's I. There's a lot of things going on there that I just have no clue about, mate.
No, and yeah, just like that, we're going to go to a game 3, buddy. This is great play from both of these teams, and I feel like either team could win this set realistically. But I feel like, as I mentioned, as soon as we hit this mark here, realistically, buddy, it was Asylum that had the advantage in the entirety of this game. As soon as that Serena and Aegislash were in a comfortable position, it was difficult for Ranked Demons to do much to handle them.
Now, this is where the game really comes out. Miraidon, Electro Drift, not super effective. Again, once you go in, you're going to get trapped by that Psyduck, by that Umbreon. You're going to have a problem getting in and out. As we can see, Electro Drift just goes in here, and Miraidon gets sent back to the Pokemon Center. Go have a chat with Nurse Joy. I'm thinking maybe Charge Beam could have been a little bit better here, just to put on that extra damage onto Umbreon and Psyduck, because they just had the ability to go in. This tier 2, I think Ranked Demons did a fantastic job. Asylum were on the break. They got the team wipe inside that top path, and then they tried to counter score. But again, this is where it all popped off. All the Unite moves flying off, and eviscerated is a word that I don't even think describes what just happened here, because their team fell like flies. They could have gone for the score, honestly, but I think the smart move here, the money move here, was to rip that Rayquaza, because Blissey was the first one in there. Not much of Blissey when you're trying to rip a Rayquaza.
I gotta say, I mean, it does look like Charizard just full-on handled that Blissey before they could even unite Lobo. That Seismic Slam was straight onto them, and I think it was like a 5-second team fight, and it was all over and done with. So let's see if Ranked Demons can at least put up a fight into the Rayquaza in this one. This is going to be the 3rd game of this set. Looking at the Banzo, they finally had enough of the Aegislash, and they're taking it out of this game.
Oh, mate, you take one God of Secure away. Aegislash, I mean, not the God of Secure that we want. It's the God of Secure that we need. The Prince of Secure, let's call it that. Miraidon's also going to be up on the Banjail. Snorlax going to be up on the Banjail as well. Now, this is going to be good for the side of Ranked Demons, because they get second pick. We talk about it with Fu quite a lot. They get 2 picks, which means they could choose two speedsters, or they could choose the Umbreon Psyduck. Now, I don't know whether Asylum want to give them either of those Pokemon, because Obito is taking a little bit of time, and Kid 77 is going to lock in that Psyduck. I like it.
Yeah, I feel like the Psyduck does cause so much disruption, and if you can pick between Psyduck and Umbreon, it's a difficult decision. But the Talonflame is going to be locked in already by Firefly, and they're going to take the Absol. Okay, taking a completely different approach coming into this final game. They want to go aggressive from the get-go.
Roku was hovering over the Slowbro, which I kind of like. Really make sure Killua and Firefly are scared of you getting locked down. But Roku is going to pick up Umbreon. I like this. Asylum are going to go for that defender composition. Obito going to bring up the left out God of Secure from the Banjail. You know, once you ban one's available to be played. Blaziken's a really, really good pick here.
It is. I feel like the difficulty is they need to handle these speedsters, which is just going to be an interesting one. Of course, Blaziken is good for being able to stop. It has Unstoppable, it has Great Secure, but the Talonflame, mate, I don't think people still realize how much damage that Pokemon drops with that Brave Bird. They're going to stick with the Charizard over there with BGM, so that's going to be good for speedsters, actually, because Seismic Slam does quite a bit of damage, and it's very difficult to get away from it. But Disapple's going to lock in the Zeraora, not one that I expected to see in this set at all, Lobo.
Ranked Demons are also going to join them up with OG Red up, maybe OG Green up with that Masquerada. Here we go. That is 3 speedsters, 4 speedsters on the board for both these teams. I'm actually curious, because I'm not much of a Zeraora. I mean, I was going to say Zeraark, but Zora, it is what it is. Zeraora, I'm not much of a expert on the moveset and the play that we get. It's a very niche Pokemon that I think Pokemon players, it turns to be their comfort pit. It's also a very niche Pokemon that I personally, I say personally, have not seen a lot of competitive play with, but every time I do see it, it either has a tendency to do very well, or it has a tendency to really kind of struggle in these games. But I'm interested to see what we're able to do. It's got that pull ability to another displacement ability, which could work really well, especially if Ryukyu decides to switch it up. I believe they went with Foul Play Snarl in that last game. They could switch it up this time round, Tano, and go for Mean Look to really lock down Talonflame and Umbreon.
This is it. You feel like you're going to have to, but they've got 3 speedsters, mate. So, you know, you're going to have to pick one to lock down, but then you've got another 2 coming your way. Masquerade is already really difficult to catch. Of course, it has that passive. And if it's running double team, do you Mean Look the double team by accident? It's tough, isn't it? It's really tough to pick out one target.
Look, I know I brought it up, and I actually don't think Mean Look is the way to go here. I know you want to lock them down, but again, with all the options that you could possibly get, you actually have to be very accurate with that Mean Look, because if you end up Mean Looking that Clefable for some reason or the other, or you end up Mean Looking that Slowbro for some reason or the other, probably the other moveset has a little bit more utility. As we head on in, Zero is going to head into that central area, whereas Talonflame is going to make the central area its nest for this game. Game number 3, losers bracket semi-final, do or die time. Mr. Spartantano.
Yeah, and honestly, Ranked Demons, having all these speedsters should mean this early game is going to be a bit easier for them. Nearly picking up Torchic in this top pad here. It's Brigatito diving in, but that is the power of Psyduck. That saves that Torchic there.
How can a cute little fluff ball like Psyduck be such a terror in Pokemon Unite? It is a derpy, lovely little Pokemon, but Talonflame is going to go in on Zeraora here and almost pays for it, Tano.
Yeah, they have to use their jet button to get out of there. Zeraora is not the kind of speedster to take on until you hit your power spikes, buddy. I know it looks like you can, but it does quite a bit of damage in this early game. We hit the 850s. It looks like the acrobatics go straight on in. They pick up a decent amount, but then Asylum were there to take the rest.
Yeah, I agree. They have to bounce out here because Psyduck is not a Pokemon. Now that it's Hang Ten and surfing about the map, you know what they should do? They should really give Psyduck a surfboard, just for funsies. I'm going to call it right now. But no more funsies as we have teams heading on in. Talonflame caught out, but they're going to try and push this one with Absol in behind.
Yeah, Clefable's trying to do what they can to keep their team in there. That was a good effort from Talonflame to be able to dash away from the Zeraora, but Kid continues with the serve. The acrobatics has to be used yet again to get themselves out, but Kid will not let them go. Psyduck takes down the Talonflame, or shall I say, the Fletchinder, because it hasn't been able to get those levels yet.
Oh, and did you see? Absol didn't even think about going after a Psyduck on low flame. Combuskin is just going to let Clefable score this one here. They really need to get Blaziken on line because there's problems here. But in the middle area, all of this farm is going to go to the side of Asylum.
I'm loving this game already. This is going to be a close one. Midsection going to the side of Asylum gives them that really important experience. But levels-wise, it is edging slightly more to the side of Ranked Demons. Absol very close to level 9. They may be able to get that before these first objectives here, Lobo.
Yeah, as these first objectives decide to spawn up, there's going to be a fight inside this top path, mate. I don't know what is going on. These teams just want to fight it all out as Ranked Demons going to push onto this top path.
Yeah, and they're just going to continue to put those KOs in. They're leaving that on 8, down in this basement pad, trying to see what they can do on the side of Asylum. Level 7 on Zeraora. Of course, they did have those changes to the levels ages ago, so they're going to be in a better position than they could have been. But here we go, 5 seconds before these objectives spawn. Yet again, it looks like Ranked Demons are just going to show up for this basement, leaving Masquerade to do what they want in this top lane.
Combuskin's still not online, which is a big problem because level 6 versus level 8 is not going to go well for them as we rotate down to this basement path. Everyone's kind of just stalling this one out as Regirock's not being shown any love, but now Ranked Demon's going to show that Rock it's a good bit of loving, but I think Asylum going to stay away from it for now.
More points raining in there by Slowro, just the 2, but 144 to 16 right now is a massive advantage for Ranked Demons. They've got the levels, they've got the scores, they look like they're overstaying a little bit here, trying to see if they can pick up the Umbreon, but now's the time to retreat. Blaziken has shown up, get yourselves out of there, see if you can get this Lecky in the top lane.
Oh, telekinesis pops Blaziken, make sure it can't even move. But now, as we rotate topside, check out this score time, 16 to 144. Ranked Demons really proving their nightmares. I could be wrong. Psyduck stops the Meowscarada from scoring, but quickly taken down by Absol.
Yeah, now it looks like they're going to get themselves a really nice overcut. 37 in that T1 is really strong, buddy. And it looks like they're going to be able to push down on this basement side, though, from Asylum. They're going to rein in the points. 221 to 110 now is definitely better for them, but the pressure is still on from Ranked Demon. Slowbro does fall, so that's a good advantage for Asylum, but the rip onto the Lecky is here, and that's going to be a second objective they can take.
5-minute 40 mark as we head on into the middle section. Lecky gets taken quickly. I just noticed the Talonflame is playing Fly this time around. I kind of like that. It allows it to get in and out very quickly. However, Blaziken is struggling at this current moment. Wherever it goes, it seems to be going up against the wall of opposition, unable to get those levels. They really need Blaziken online as Charizard goes in, pops that Unite move.
Ooh, Flourish is utilized as well, but it does look like they're going to be able to get her out. The double team is down. Just get to the pad is Meowscarada screaming. Are they going to get the Citrus Berry? Yes, they do. And now they want to go for the KOs. The Flower Trick and double team are there, but so is Zeraora, and they rain down that KO. They're not going to make it out of this one, though, because Talonflame shows up yet again.
The Talonflame double KO streak, which is lovely. I like that Charizard is not having a great time chasing down these members after they get Solar United Ceruledge in Game 1, Meowscarada in Game 2. But if something happens like it did at the end of Game 2 and they're all clumped up, that Charizard is going to be loving life with that Unite move inside that bottom path. Clefable gets a nice little score of 6, but might pay for it. Registeel is on the board, 4 minutes 30, Tano. Registeel is exactly what both these teams wanted to see.
Yeah, no, it really is. And I love this as well from Ranked Demons. They're just going to utilize these speedsters, get one of them to go in and cause some damage while the rest tries to rip. But is it going to be enough to secure it? I don't know. I think Zeraora may have been able to steal that one away. Yes, they do. Registeel to the side of Asylum is massive for their team.
Oh, that is the power of Psyduck, as well as the power, I believe it is, Discharge. Just being able to put that area of electricity around your teammates. You don't want to stay in that. But Psyduck is the Pokemon that's going to make sure that the enemy team stays in that. Psychic's going to pull Meowscarada in. Umbreon has caught that Meowscarada as well. That's the purpose of Double Team, to get you out of a tricky situation.
Psychic is so strong on Psyduck, isn't it? I feel like this is why it is a must pick, because it just disrupts, and this is the power of CC in Pokemon Unite. The crowd control is so strong. If you can disrupt even one speedster, you can pretty much lock them down for a quick KO.
Yeah, I agree with you, but oh my god, that was a little ambitious from Umbreon trying to score 40 here. Zeraora takes Clefable down as a Flame Sweep comes in, but hits a wall.
Ooh, Talonflame, they are very weak there. There's a Surf going through the wall. That's going to take them down. Absol seeing if they can go in with a Psycho Cut, but no, you cannot, because Asylum is here. A 2KO for Psyduck of all Pokemon, but it does look like the Blaziken's going to fall with a Floral Flourish from the Meowscarada. They're going to need to farm that one back, buddy. They were just over the 3-minute mark, so it will be a close one, but there is plenty of farm for them to be able to do so.
Umbreon goes for a take number 2. If it fails once, try again. try again as Umbreon gets a 40 stack, peaking a 40 point there. But it's going to go up against 4 Pokemon here as Charizard gets caught by its counterpart Talonflame, almost getting out. But again, the beautiful defense work of Umbreon and Psyduck, able to let that Charizard get out, not having to use its Unite move.
This is why Umbreon is so pivotal to these defenses. Disruption is the name of the game here. Slowbro gets taken down. We're 25 seconds away from Rayquaza. We have a Lecky on the field. The basement Reggie is about to spawn. What's it going to be, Lobo? I'm calling Registeel.
I'm going to call with the Regirock as we're going to get over. I don't even think either team is going to go for this one, so we might not get an answer to our question. I wonder if Turnabout is going to be as fair play as if these teams decide to go in for it again. No, not this time around. Going to end up passing it over to you once that Green Dragon decides to spawn. And I think these teams going to be looking for an engage right now. Close battle pops up on the screen. But now I think Psyduck is going to make itself known.
Talonflame just getting prepared for one weak Pokemon to come their way. It was the Umbreon, which was probably not the target you want to go for. Now we're going to have a long cooldown on this fly, and that's exactly why Ranked Demons are just waiting for the next opportune moment to dive on in. Psyduck does manage to pick up the Slowbro. The fly was used a bit too early. The dive there was into the back set, but they used the Flame Sweep to take out the Masquerada. Slow Beam is onto the Charizard in the air. That's going to stop a lot of damage coming their way, and there's the Moonlight. Prance Fly is up again. Take down Charizard. That's the carries taken out from Asylum. It's just the Psyduck and Umbreon here to defend this Rayquaza, Umbreon being the only one that can get close enough to see if they can disrupt it. The fly's there for the secure, and with that telekinesis, Ranked Demons are going to take this dragon.
Oh, this Charizard's not having the best of times every time it wants to unite. We've got Slow Beam that time around. Ranked Demons played an absolutely fantastic game. Splitting up the team at that Rayquaza fight was definitely the play. Psyduck and Umbreon can't defend against everybody, but Zero manages to break the shield on Meowscarada. 219 to 575. Zero is going to stop these scores going in. If they can get some KOs here, buddy, they might be able to make a counter push. 35 seconds, 300 points. It could be doable. Nope. I was mistaken. That white flag was raised. You know, sometimes we get excited. Sometimes we get excited, we move on. But that white flag got waved, and now we move on.
Yeah, I mean, impressive play by both teams, but of course, Ranked Demons, they're just too much to handle, buddy. Great play. I do feel like, yet again, Talonflame showcasing how they are just so difficult to handle and the best speedster in the game.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think Zeraora made a case for itself. I think it's still a Pokemon that is used in very niche situations as we head on over here, seeing the rest of this game played out into the 20 seconds. But as we go along here, it is 219 to 518. Very well done to Rank Demons. As they're going to move on in the bracket, and they are going to go up against Team SAUL.
Yeah, Code Unknown Fibonacci are just waiting there in the grand finals to see who they're going to be coming up against. You can bet they're watching both teams very closely. Of course, they've already been able to take out Team SAUL, but Ranked Demons made a showcase for themselves there. Will they be able to do it to get themselves into the grand finals? We'll have to find out shortly, matey, but I think people need to consider this Talonflame and Masquerada duo, two speedsters, dropping a huge amount of damage.
No, I agree with you. Talonflame and Meowscarada, not only Absol as well. I think Fake Golden did a fantastic job. Again, countering the idea of Psyduck and Umbreon is something that is going to be very hard for any team to do. Nice damage. Like, you have a look at the damage, 59, 51, and 60 across for those species is a great damage overall, because all of those species are providing the same amount of damage across the entire team. Let's not count out Redux there on that 67k healing, and Slowbro tanking as much as it possibly could, but Disapple on that Zeraora was where most of that damage came from. BGM just had a little bit of a problem with that Charizard Unite move, but I like the Fire Punch combo because it does stun. But you know what? Back to the drawing board for SAUL, and back to the drawing board for them, as we're gonna head on in to our next game in the losers bracket. Mate, are we gonna see the same thing? We see more species banned out this time around.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, SAUL are back at the drawing board, buddy, because losing 2-0 to Code Unknown Fibonacci is not going to be where they want to sit. They're used to taking people on and winning 2-0, so they absolutely are. Ranked Demons are going to come off the back of that one feeling really confident coming up against probably what people consider to be the biggest team in this protest series. So we'll have to see how that one unfolds, but I'm with you. I think these species are still going to be the primary target. I know that they had the changes reverted. Defense penetration is still a thing in Pokemon Unite. These speedsters still have it, and they were already very strong before they got buffed and reverted. So, you know, no surprise that yet again it's a speedster show here on Pokemon Unite.
Yeah, look, let's have a look at some of these highlights as we're going through. But I was very excited to see Psyduck and Umbreon get played as well. Finally being let out of Banjo. Unfortunately for Snorlax, not so much luck. But don't go anywhere, guys. We're going to come right back after a short break for your losers final. Give me Team SAUL versus Ranked Demons. Don't go anywhere. Grab a drink. Grab a sip of water. We will be right back.
I was muted. I have now unmuted so everybody can hear me. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. We're here to bring you the final two sets of today. Team S8UL versus Ranked Demons in this losers final. Fu, how have we been finding this protest series so far?
Oh, it's been great. I mean, seeing all these teams come together when the stakes are at the highest level, right? It's all coming down to the last few teams now. I mean, right now we've got S8UL, Ranked Demons, and then the winner of the last winners finals, Code Unknown Fibonacci, waiting to claim possibly their crown in the grand finals. But before then, I mean, it's going to be one of these teams to go back. We actually have a rematch, Tano, between SAUL and Ranked Demons. They met each other in round 1 of today's day 2 broadcast, and it was actually SAUL that came out on top, sending Ranked Demons to the losers from the get-go. And Ranked Demons, I mean, what a journey they've done. Trudged through the losers, 2-1 over India Elite, 2-0 against Thunderclaps Monarch, 2-1 against Asylum. I mean, if you're a team that needed some warm-up, I mean, there's plenty for their team.
Yeah, I mean, it's not an easy route, is it? 2-2-1s, that's a lot of Pokemon Unite they are playing today, Fu. And Team S8UL, let's see how they bounce back. They're not used to having those 2-0 losses and going down to that loser's bracket. Let's see how they bounce back coming into this one, and if they want that rematch against Code Unknown Fibonacci. Of course, Ranked Demons are still going to want to take this rematch against Team S8UL, as you mentioned. So will they stick to their game plan? They played plenty of speedsters on the side of Ranked Demons, even one taking that triple speedster route that we've already seen quite a bit of today, Fu. Will they stick with that? I feel like it does work, surprisingly.
I feel like it was very situational, to be honest. I think it's kind of like those team comps that you can only play once in a blue moon. If you play it too often, I feel like each team will kind of know what's going on. But I mean, Ranked Demon play very differently, I think, to the other teams that they've gone into. So I think SAUL maybe will be able to pull the badge on the Inteleon tech. I'll have to wait to see whether that comes out again. But this is not really the ranked world now, is it, for Ranked Demons? This is tournament, high stakes tournament gameplay, and maybe they can get rewarded for such an awesome losers bracket performance. We're going to get straight into the game now for our game number 1 of the losers final. We have SAUL in the purple side, so they get to pick first.
Yeah, and it looks like Umbreon is going to be taken out by Badshah there, straight up with the Inteleon ban over there on the side of Ranked Demons. They do not want to witness them doing, well, Badshah getting access to that Inteleon for the S8UL. No surprise there, Fu.
No surprise either, and we're going to have a revisit for the Talent Flame into the Banjo, and so will Aegislash, I think, for the rare times, going on the band chopping block. Now, keen to see whether Badshah picks up the Gengar again, as we saw in that last couple of sets that they've been playing.
Rex is going to lock in the Psyduck, so we've seen how important Psyduck is with the Psychic, and that's going to be taken quite easily, but it does open up the Snorlax for them over on the side of Ranked Demons, being the strongest defender here. Or do they swap onto the Speedsters like they've been doing previously? No, they're going to take the Absol and the Snorlax as a great pairing to start off with.
Yeah, this is shaping up to be maybe another Speedster heavy game. We are having the other 3 Speedsters available, so Firefly picking the Absol means that Meowscarada is going to be available. So is the Gengar. Still time for Badshah to pick it up, but it looks like Kyurem is going to lock in the Eldegoss, and All Might thinking about whether Buzzwole is going to be a good matchup into that Absol. They're going to say yes.
Interesting, because usually you'd wait until a bit later on to see whether that is going to be the best pick. Of course, people don't use it that much nowadays, but they do lock in the Miraidon over on the side of Ranked Demons, pairing that with Redux on that Hooper as well. So 2 really good targets for All Might to get access to. Snowy looks like they're going to lock in this Serena. That's not going to be a surprise. They've been playing it so well today already. S8UL mean business. And if you can't get Inteleon, Mewtwo Y is going to be the best pick. No, they rotate onto the Espeon instead. Still a really good range pick.
Yeah, I mean, it is the same color, so I guess we'll let it pass this time. Badshah on the Espeon. Now, am I playing the devil's advocate when I say that I don't really like Serena here? Just because this Miraidon seems to be pretty far away from the grasp of any of the all-rounders that SAUL is going to play. Maybe there's an argument for the Psychic to kind of grasp onto Miraidon, but I can see is it Killua? Really having a good time in the backline, getting the enhanced charge beam, and then, not really caring too much because I don't see the Buzzle ever getting close to it. And I mean, we have double dash coming in this arena, but is that really enough though to kind of access the Miraidon? What do you think?
No, I think you bring up a valid point there, Fu, to be honest. I think they're going to try and utilize the passive for Serena just to try and get those constant dives into it, but you're going to be using a lot of your moves just to get close to the Miraidon. What do you do once you're there? You know what I mean? So, yeah, I think you bring up a very valid point. I think Buzzwell's also going to have a bit of a difficult day getting onto the Miraidon itself if Killua keeps themselves at a distance. That's what it's about. But what else could they have taken? I feel like maybe a Lucario could have been a good pick, of course, with the power-up punch or even the E-Speed, to be honest, just to try and get those resets and dive into that backline. But we'll have to have a look. Snowy is very confident on Serena, at least. So if we're looking at comfort picks, at least they have that there.
That's exactly right. And sometimes when the stakes are high and you're looking to get into the grand finals of a protest series, maybe playing comfort is going to be the way to go. I mean, at the same time, it's also about the positioning of Killua, right? Like, if you're a Miraidon, you're playing a little bit too close, you will get punished. So we've seen it happen before, people trickling into something like a Buzzwole. But we're going to head out right into this game. 15 seconds have passed already, and we're going to have your Redux getting the red buff to help out the Sprigatito up in the top bar.
Yeah, that's going to be huge. That aura just causes so much disruption and slow. It looks like we may be caught out here by fake Golden, but no, they have the boosted, the tackle to get themselves out of there. They're continuing to push up on the side of S8UL, but unless Espeon gets this quick evolution, they're not going to have an easy lane down here.
No, they're not. Miraidon's just one of the better attackers to play in that bot path, but they will still need that 5 in order to have access to the enhanced charge beam, but we do have a Snorlax. That's a great help for them. But meanwhile, in the top part, Tano, we do have Firefly already lurking in the bushes, coming for an ambush. I don't see a level 5 on All Might so far, so this is actually a decent engage for Firefly if they want to. They won't have a pressure there, but pressure comes in the form of Psyduck instead, and Rex actually finds an angle to drown out the Absol for our first KO of this game, and looks like Sprigatito will also go down. It is going to be Team SAUL up in front.
Oh, nice push there with the superpower onto the Miraidon. It looks like they're going to get out. No, they are not. SAUL say this is going to be our early game. Buzzwole is pummeling the entirety of this team. Snowy dives back onto that pad. They're going to get another KO. And it looks like Ranked Demons are just going to have to let this happen and back on out of this. Although Team S8UL may be staying here a little bit too long, finally making the decision to retreat now, Fu.
Well, right now, there is nothing on the board that can take a level 7 Serena down, so I think Snowy's very confident in their sustain. They're going to get rewarded with all these middle birds and Octarius being on their side, and that actually allows them to hit level 8. This is an insane level lead compared to Firefly, who has been taken down by Rex. Only level 6 there, Tano.
Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't be long before we might get 8 on this Espeon and have access to Psychic Solaire for these first objectives. 30 seconds to go on that one, and it does look like we're going to have a rotation down to the basement lane from Ranked Demons. Of course, they do have access to that Hooper. Wasn't sure if it was Hyperspace Hole, but either way, here comes the 720s, and look at the pressure that's down here from Ranked Demons. Here comes Snowy. They're not able to find enough. The other side beam from Espeon picked up a bit of that, but a good retreat from Ranked Demons here.
Just a really good way to keep yourselves in the game. They're going to give up the top pad and All Might getting some stacks there in order to kind of funnel themselves into this bottom side to grab this Registeel, a great Reggie to start off today's game. Nice little nap by the Snorlax to ensure that they come back full and healthy through the portal. And with the Registeel leashed, this gives both these teams a bit of breathing space. They will have the same number in terms of a fight of 4v4 down here, but looks like Absol's gone off to do the central area instead. So I don't know whether there's a chance for them to actually get this. Registeel is going to be a huge secure from Snorlax. The Ranked Demons able to pick that up. And I just realized, Tano, it's an Electro Drift Miraidon, so they're actually telling themselves they need to get close to it. And I don't really agree with that decision.
No, and I will say we have noticed it a few times by Ranked Demons. They have gone for the Electro Drift over the Charge Beam when really it might be the other moveset that does better. Absol does find a 2 KO, taking down Psyduck as well. So despite the fact that there was only a couple of them down here, Fate Golden takes that objective, and now Ranked Demons capitalize on it big time. They needed to, though. 199 points on the board for Team S8UL. Now there's currently 101 points between them.
Oh, you can kind of see the snowball building and starting to roll down the hill. We have an Absol hitting that level 11. A great Chaos Trigger 3 to give them that opportunity. But All Might is not shy from that, as they are going to be able to get all those wild Pokemons up in the top side. And one of the benefits of having the top pad broken, however, is that, you know, Ranked Demons gets a little bit more experience in the form of Indeedis. And that's exactly what Masquerade is doing right now.
I'm not sure whether this Charge Beam is this Electro Drift, is doing what they want it to do. The Bright Future Meteor Storm comes out at least, trying to see if they can pick up the KO onto the Psyduck, but it's a basic that does so. That was so close, buddy. In the meantime, the rest of Ranked Demons fighting in this central area. Buzzwole is just hoping and praying Absol comes for them, but it looks like they're going to be really weary of Buzzwole being around there.
Yeah, All Might now in the bush. Nice little bush check by your Snorlax to ensure that the Absol doesn't just walk into the hands of the superpower Heavy Slam to come back through. And I think All Might is going to be waiting for the Snorlax to come back in. They have to eject out. Great delay by Fake Golden here as we get set up, folks, for another huge fight for this Regieleki. We do have SAUL playing very close to the pad, and with a Rings Unbound, this enables Redux to go for a stun on All Might, perhaps. We have a nice little poke out. We have a pan down to bottom pass. Seems like two members on either teams will be fighting that out. But with the Hooper Rings used, Tano, surely we have an engagement for this Regieleki.
Yeah, I think that we do. Absol's going to get onto it here whilst we see this basement Reggie going to the side of Team S8UL with no contestant there. And that is going to be a Lecky for Ranked Demons. Are they going to push it into this pad? It looks like they want to. Hooper scores the 5 there. Looks like they're trying to get some more in. Psychic Solaire, though, is going to do enough to buy some space for Team S8UL. And now Buzzwole is here to handle the Lecky.
Yeah, I think some things I don't really understand is that we used our Unite moves on the side of Ranked Demons to hopefully be aggressive, but it seems like we were kind of shy, right, coming out away from that. I mean, Hooper Unite, they didn't even bring Masquerada through either. I mean, they did get the Regieleki, but what value, you have to ask, did Ranked Demon actually achieve there? I mean, level-wise, they are in the lead, but is it just doing the Regieleki so that the opponents can't do it there? What do you think?
I don't think it's enough, though. I'm with you, buddy. If you're losing that basement Reggie, you need that global experience, and you used a lot of Unite moves. We're doing the same here, though. S8UL putting some good pressure on here. Buzzwole's managed to find 2. There's a Midnight Slash from the Absol, though. Is he going to do enough defense? They have picked up the Elder Goss, and now it looks like they're going to take down Rex. There's the Electro Drift. Absol is absolutely cooking. A triple KO for Firefly, and that's a good defense from Ranked Demons.
Yeah, more questions raised now on the side of SAUL. I mean, we saw an interesting fight up top side, but now we're pushing tier 2 pad without a Regieleki. I mean, maybe these teams just like to put on a show for us, going on a 3v3 brawl all the time, but you have to really ask yourself, have you optimally prepared your team for the final stretch of this first game here with 30 seconds to go? We do have Miraidon just getting the blue buff to tick over to that 13, and that will bring themselves another 13 on the board there, with Masquerada already in that position, and got our Absol at that level 14. Whereas on the side of SAUL, they're kind of lacking, aren't they? Only one level 13 Serena.
Yeah, lacking they are. We do need to get that Unite move back on both of the Serena and Psyduck as well. We're 8 seconds away from Rayquaza, and having more Unite moves on the side of Ranked Demons might be where this is decided. A nice push in, but Fake Golden was getting pretty weak. They utilized the block, but the rip onto Rayquaza is here. Both these teams are just going straight for it. The Bright Future Meteor Storm, but it looks like it gets locked in by Masquerada. Ranked Demons, they're going to be able to score these Hundo Burgers, and it looks like they could take game 1, but we've got a minute 40 left of this one, even though they got aced.
Oh, I mean, with a Chaos Trigger 4 and also Hooper picking up that Espeon, it is a tough order for SAUL to come back from this. We have 250 points make that more now with Killua also scoring a tad more into their home pad. I mean, it's got to be the mission of getting back to your side of the field without losing too many members, right, for Rank Demon, because they have just stolen away a huge opportunity from SAUL. I think I really am proud that they took that opportunity, seeing that there was no Psyduck Unite and there was no Serena Unite to go for the flip. They had Absol, right, which has insane rip. They Meowscarada United right on top of the Rayquaza to take it down. And even though they don't have your most typical secure move, they were able to rip it before SAUL could even react. 64 to go through from Snowy, but I don't really see it being enough.
No, neither do I. They're all here on this pad. Absol's going back for another hundo dunk. That's going to rain in. It's going to be too much. They have popped the rings unbound as well, so they can call the Absol back if they need to. But I think that's going to be scores on the doors here for this first game. And Rank Demons, they did it in the previous set, Fu. They rip that Rayquaza when they need to. It seems like they build a comp that is pretty good at ripping the Rayquaza. It happened in the previous set, and that's how they managed to get themselves here.
Wow, what a strong performance coming out from Rank Demon. They're showing that they're Demon not only in the ranked aspect of the game, but also very competitive indeed. I guess that's probably a reason why they made it through the losers so far today, right? And I think SAUL probably a little bit surprised that that Rayquaza fight wasn't really a fight at all. It was just whoever could get to Rayquaza immediately. And sometimes you got to be ready for it, right? It might be the strategy when your back's against the wall, when you know you're going up against a team that you're going to be the underdogs for, that sometimes you just rip the Rayquaza, you get it, guess what? You got game number 1, and now you can relax a little bit and think about how to actually play game number 2, because you know SAUL is not going to let that game go and try to send it to a distance in the game number 2.
Yeah, the thing is, this is the power, chat, of having all your Unite moves at Rayquaza. If you're going to take anything away from this game, take that away. I mean, of course, it was a Serena and a Psyduck, so it could have gone either way anyway, but the Psyduck Unite move at least has AoE, right? Fu, it does at least do, you know, not much damage, but it does do quite a bit of a wide sort of distance with it, so it is a difficult situation. I love the recognition from Rank Demons to be like, they don't have those Unite moves. Let's go for the rip. Utilizing Firefly's Midnight Slash for it. And great play by that team to take it away. Team SAUL are getting very close to coming out of this protest series with a 2-0 loss in the losers finals. They need to come back swinging in this next game.
They absolutely do. I mean, from the battle report, you can see it was kind of quite close until the Rayquaza fight, and the whole 8 minutes, as I have alluded to beforehand, is just how prepared are you, right, for anything that can happen. I mean, we saw all the fights that happened today. We saw rings around the rosy that delayed until the last, 40, 45 seconds, but at the same time, it could be the entire opposite. You could just see the Rayquaza getting taken down, and you have a minute and 30 to kind of get a counter push going, but they don't really have a counter push comp, right? So at the end of the day, great performance by your Rank Demons, and let's see whether they can actually get a clean sweep and kind of get a revenge from what happened in round number 1, right, where they went down 0-2 to SAUL. Sometimes, both these teams have been playing for a while. Let's see how strong each team's mental are and whether they can kind of stay resilient in the times of an interesting fight or a unexpected result at the same time. I think underdogs always find to be less pressured, right? And normally this gives them confidence to play a little bit better and be more Hail Mary-esque with some of their strategies.
Yeah, I mean, listen, they've already done better than they did in the first round against Team SAUL. They've got a victory when previously they lost 2-0. So they're going to be feeling really confident now on the side of Ranked Demons. Of course, they've managed to take the first game. SAUL now are going to be sort of reeling a little bit, being like, we need to get ourselves a strong comp and have some good team fights. Because as you've already mentioned, buddy, Pokemon Unite right now, majority of these games are just how well prepared are you at that 8-minute mark.
Exactly. So as the timer ticks down for our pick phase, we can quickly see we do have the return of Killua on their Miraidon. And at the same time, we will have also when Shifu coming out from Firefly. Bit of a different all-rounder this time, but it seems like Rex is going to play Psyduck yet again. But Kyurem on the Umbreon now, as well as All Might. going on the Buzzle again. So a bit of adaptation, I think, from both these teams.
Yeah, I mean, they look like they're going to go for the all-rounder route this time, Ranked Demons, rather than the speedster route. They did do that previously and won the game on it. So let's see what Badshah's going to lock in. They're going to go for the Glaceon. I actually quite like that pick. I think Glaceon's still a bit of a sleeper pick coming into these games here, Fu. Snowy again, feeling confident on the Serena. And to be fair, why not? They are so confident on that Pokemon. They didn't have their Unite move coming into the final battle there, but they were at least able to put up quite a bit against Ranked Demons.
Now, I think to the relief of SAUL, Ranked Demon don't have a comp that rips objectives that fast this time compared to the Pokemon they were selected last time. It's actually going to be SAUL with that Glaceon, right? That's probably going to be dishing out a decent amount of damage if they won't be able to get their spears on. You can see they don't even need Cursed Incense. They're going full damage with Spoon and double glasses there. So do anticipate whoever's going to be grabbed by either your Snowy or your All Might is going to go down and absorb all those Icicle Spears as soon as they land. But at the same time, Lucario, something that we haven't seen before. Do you think it's going to be a Power-Up Punch Lucario, Tano? Or is it more going to be that extreme speed that that's quite rare nowadays, isn't it?
Yeah, and I think because of how rare it is, I suspect it is going to be Power-Up Punch. Of course, you do get the Unstoppable, the close combat as well, so maybe that's the route that they're going to take, but you do have some good secure with it, but you never know. E-Speed is one of those ones where it can catch out teams quite quickly, so it's definitely one that you have to keep a close eye on, but I think we're just going to pause at the moment. We may have lost a player. Just bear with us while we organise that one, chat, but interesting comps here, Fu. I love the fact that Ranked Demons have decided to shake it up a little bit, having taken that game. They know they've got another one for them to really work out what does and doesn't work.
Yeah. I think, like I said before, they have a bit more leeway now, right? Being one game ahead. They're probably still looking to just end it off at a 2-0 streak, but, you know, knowing SAUR, knowing the experience in the competitive scene, I mean, it's not the first time they've gone down one game. They know that it doesn't really matter because if they can win the next two, they're still through as well, right? So I think for fans of both these teams, it is going to be an even more intense clash between these 10 players. So, I mean, I'm just having a look at this draft there. We have insane secure potential, right? Coming out from Ranked Demon. And yet again, a Miraidon is a great pick for the Charge Beam going into that team with not a lot of divers, right? And, I mean, I called it last game, but Killua didn't really listen, and they went for the Electro Drift, and they won the game anyway. So, you know, whoever needs to listen to casters, am I right? Just play whatever you want to play. But I strongly suggest them not playing the Electro Drift here, because now there's a Glacier on the back that if you miss time, you're boosted, and you don't get out of your positioning. And, I mean, something like Badshah locks onto you with all 8 spears. I don't think you're going to be able to escape that, even with a Hooper Portal as well.
Yeah, I think you do get a little bit of iframes, don't you, whilst you're in Electro Drift to maybe help against the spears, but I'm with you 100% of the way through. I think Charge Beam has to be the call here, but as we've said, Killua just does what Killua wants to do on that Miraidon, no matter what, so it would not surprise me at all if Electro Drift is still the call. I guess maybe you want to try and avoid All Might as much as you can, but I think the comp that they've built, they've got a good front line that they've got to protect that Miraidon. So, you know, stay in that back line, drop that damage, let the Snorlax protect you, let the all-rounders dive on everyone that's coming your way. That might be the way that they get this win, but you just never know with these teams. But the one thing that I have realized doing these protest series is that this region is one of the most exciting regions for Pokemon Unite for me, because they just do stuff that you wouldn't expect. I'm here in the EU region, and they play stuff here that, like, it's just so typical. Whereas in these protest series, we're seeing, you know, we've seen Electro Drift, and we would expect Charge Beam. We've seen some random Pokemon that come out to play as well. So you just cannot predict the way that these games go.
No, I think it's also the residue from them playing Fearless, right? Fearless made them into such versatile players, and you know, the ability to play so many different Pokemon as a requirement just meant that they're more flexible in that end. But we're gonna get back into this game, folks, as we have game number 2 in the losers finals between SAUL and Ranked Demon. Let's see whether we get to send it to a game number 3.
Looks like we've got Glaceon going into the basement lane here, which isn't too bad. Usually you expect it in the jungle because, of course, it does need that level 6 spike to really get going, but Serena's going to take that central area instead for Team SAUL. Now it's a race for who can get level 5 in this top lane the quicker.
It is, and I think Buzz will definitely benefits off level 5 a little bit more, and All Might is taking this opportunity to run at OG Red Cop, not really caring once they have their big boosted up with the Felstinger. You can see how much it chunks down this Lucario, but Red Ducks do a fantastic job to make sure that their lane duo partner doesn't go down at least before these 850 birds coming to spawn, because we do have a Shifu now online, able to help out with the ambush and maybe provide a little bit more support.
All right, let's see who can get most of these 850s. Snorlax doing a bit of a bush check there. They do get stunned. It looks like Snowy manages to grab most of that for Team S8UL down here. They are wanting to push onto the pad, though. That might not be the right decision because Killua is there with a good defense. Some good stacks from Rex, but it's not going to do too much for their team. There's still only 9 and 6 points on the board here, Fu.
Yeah, you can see All Might playing a little bit safer, knowing they don't have 5, so it's going to be Rank Demon up on top with a level 5 Lucario, but the difference between the Lucario and your Urshifu with their punches is that there is still no unstoppable until you get Power Up Punch Plus. Red Duck's now stuck in the mean look. Nice little surf from Rex to apply even more stun. And look at this Ninja doll. And Red Duck masterfully tries to get out of this scenario, but runs themselves right into another mean look. And here comes the Mirai on Killua on that Electric Drift right again. Right place, right time. All 4 members of Rank Demon able to try to get Baxter and Snowy running right into the heavy slam as well. Tano, pretty great fight from Rank Demon there.
Yeah, no, that it is. Here comes the level 6 Glaceon, though, so they've got that power spike. They've taken down 2 on the side of Team S8UL. They're going to continue to push here, see if they can take down more. Snowy dives in. Of course, that's going to cause some slow for the teams on that pad, and they're just going to rain in these points. So now Team S8UL have the lead, despite how well it went for Rank Demons in that top pad there, Fu.
This is what I'm going to sound like a beaten record, but, you know, if they were running Charge Beam, all I'm saying is they will be able to stop those scores because of the range. And adding to my argument there, they won't be in the range for Mean Look. So, I mean, they're probably still going to be insane on the Electric Drift, and I'm just yapping for no reason. But I will die on that hill, Tano. Just thought I'll let you know that, and all the folks watching at home. That is my advice. Take it or leave it.
Mate, stick to your guns. I'm with you 100% of the way. You know what you want. The level 8 Glaceon is going to clean up down on this basement lane, though. Now they're going to rip this Reggie Rock. The zone in from Team S8UL is here, and I think we need to be a bit cautious here to Rank Demons because it looks like Badshah is now beginning to snowball this game. They have their Unite move ready to go, and they're just so hard to catch. Snorlax with a good block, but is it going to do enough, buddy? Look at the damage that this Glaceon's continuing to rain onto it. This might be where Rank Demons are going to have to be careful and try to catch up to this Glaceon.
Oh, Killua kind of playing Sonic the Hedgehog there. Had to zip around and make sure they're not in the range of anything such as the Mean Look or the Psychic coming out the side, or even worse, the Spears that Badshah is kind of raining down on the team. You can see the Spears lock on, even if you go through the portal. But a nice little Ebon Fist will be able to shut that blue button down. Have a heavy slam onto Rex. Rex using the Sayayai to reduce the damage that their team is taking. And this is shaping up to be a decent fight. However, Rank Demons, seeing that they don't have too much HP, will have to quickly get away. You can see the Circle of Death coming out in the form of Mean Look. And also the Psychic leaves Firefly on an HP and a Dream. And the Bright Future Meteor Storm will have to be used in order to defend this pad, Tano.
Lot of KOs down in this basement lane there. It was going to the side of Team S8UL, but then Rank Demons have come back nicely. There's the Glacial Stage. It doesn't go onto the pad, but it at least keeps them around. They're going to dive around here and see if they can pick up some more KOs. Continuing to rain some points in Rank Demons, but it looks like now they make the decision to retreat. Firefly caught yet again in that Mean Look. There's a Super Swole Slam. That's going to take them down, and we rain on in with a Power Nap from the Snorlax. It's going to do some good disruption here. It's going to enable at least, hopefully, Hooper to get out. But no, it's not, because they take down Snorlax and Curium cannot survive.
Oh, no, they can't. There goes the Hooper, and a lot of stacks now coming through. Quick maths just to decide who's actually going to score this point. That took a little bit longer than anticipated, but they got there in the end. 40 dunk to send them into the lead. 196 points now to SAUF. This is an extremely close game in this tournament. I was watching, you can tell the tension is there, and just to add on to it, we have a Reggie steal again for SAUL, and that is a huge advantage for the next team fight in the next 90 seconds.
Yeah, I feel like Ranked Demons, it would be a good decision to try and break that basement pad, because it does give them a good advantage on the side of Team S8UL when it comes to grabbing those basement Reggies, and I believe we are going to have another one before Rayquaza spawns, so it might be the decision to go for. That might be what we see Ranked Demons doing here, but All Might is prepared for the defense. They do grab the Snorlax. The rings are let loose, utilizing that one last time before Rayquaza, and the push is here, buddy. This is where the fight goes on. The full power Psy comes in. There's a Glacial Stage as well. The power nap from the Snorlax is going to do enough to put some space between their team. There was the big Swole Slam, but it doesn't do enough to pick up a KO. Glaceon does so. Goodbye, Miraidon. The Evan Fist is here, and they do find a KO with it, but Glaceon is chasing them down. Buzzwole trying to pick up Rekan. Oh my god, buddy. What a defense from Team S8UL.
Oh, speaking of defense, though, Red Duck's not able to get into their portal because All Might is there waiting with their superpower and Smackdown. Always wondered about that item for Hooper. Seems to be, I guess, setting themselves up in a worse position than if they just ran something like Eject. However, we will have now Rex trying to look at this blue buff, but sensing that Hooper has joined the fray, will back away just in case. But no further scoring coming out from either of these teams, so still SAUL sitting very comfortably in the lead. 196. Kyurem maybe now in a bad position. Will have their passive procced by Fake Golden, but they get away safely.
Utilizing the mean look or wish power to get themselves away, and it looks like Redux does run into All Might. That is not the kind of Pokemon you want to see in that central area, buddy, but both of these objectives are going to be back up as we suspected, and it looks like this Lecky is going to be free for Team S8UL because Ranked Demons, they want to see what they can do down in this central area. Nobody going for that basement Reggie.
No love to their basement Reggie, but the Regieleki will be taken by the type of Skull. But as we talk about this, there might be an early engage. We do have Firefly trapped like a moth to a flame in the mean look, but no one on the side of SAUL would kind of capitalize on that. Here comes the Rings Unbound. Tano, look at the shield that the Moonlight Prancing are able to get, but they get knocked down either way. 3 members down, 4 members down for SAUL, and all members of your Ranked Demon are standing strong. It is up to Snowy now to get into the pad of the Rayquaza, but with the fact that you have a mean look, you have a heavy slam, and you have a KO, that is a team wipe for Ranked Demon, and they cement themselves as a Titan killer, and they were going to be able to get some scores in as well. This is a result that I don't think anybody has foreseen, Tano, but that's exactly why we like to broadcast these games.
What an upset Ranked Demons have brought to Pokemon Unite today, Fu. They've managed to take down Team S8UL. I mean, of course, we're saying that this is their game. We have a minute left at least, a minute 15 left, but 200 points between them right now. That's why we've seen Lucario dive straight back onto that home pad, just prepared to defend what they need to defend here. 543 now on the board for Ranked Demons. They've done enough, and it looks like Snorlax still has their shield. That's going to be another Hundo Burger raining on in, so that is going to look like the game for Ranked Demons, defeating Team S8UL 2-0. That is huge.
It's definitely a very huge result. I think this really sends ripples through the tournament, right? And I think what a great way to kind of round off the tournament run so far for Ranked Demons. I mean, like I said, they went down to SAUL in the first round and fighting through the losers, able to take down the team that beat you pretty much confidently 2-0 yourself. I think there's no better way to build up momentum for the grand finals, right? Because the journey for this team isn't over yet. They have one more team to take down if they want to finish off the losers run. And that is going to be your Codon on Fibonacci, waiting patiently and probably watching intently, Tano, of that 2 games.
What I love about ranked demons, okay, despite the fact that we're like, why is Miraidon playing Electro Drift? But every time we say it, it works, Fu. That's the difficulty of it. They're so good, is Killua on that Pokemon, that it works for them every single time.
It just should
7
work,
KOs there. I know, Fu, I know. But it does, and I don't understand why. But not only do they run this kind of comp that they've got here with some heavy all-rounders and some strong CC, they also run the speedster comp so well that they ran in the first game. So they definitely are a team that you have to consider having a lot of sort of utility around a lot of different Pokemon. So it's going to be interesting to see how Fibonacci respond to that, because you can bet they were watching that game closely.
They definitely were. I mean, just like I said, one more set to go. I mean, Code Unknown Fibonacci, obviously having taken down SAUL, probably was preparing a similar drafts to how to beat something like that. We did see triple speedsters coming out from their team, but against Ranked Demon, the story might change because, like we've just mentioned, we can't really expect the movesets that we anticipate. We can't really expect the picks that we anticipate. It's like they can play whatever they want to play, but still have the synergy to make it work. But definitely big shout out to Miraidon, right? Electric Miraidon to watch out for. And also the fact that Ranked Demon can just pull a flip on Rayquaza without you even thinking about it. And sometimes that's all that's enough to gain yourself a way into the grand finals. And I think we're going to be preparing for that set because they're going to go up against Code Unknown Fibonacci.
I think Ranked Demons, one of their biggest strengths as a team is how they play Rayquaza. With Pokemon Unite, you have teams that don't really know how to play Rayquaza, but they dominate the 8 minutes so much. You have teams that know how to do both, and they are genuinely the best. And you have teams like this that just come into Rayquaza and always find a way through. Whether that's, let's go for the rip, we've recognized that there's no Unite moves here, let's go for that rip, or we need to take the team fight, let's take out these heavy picks and then go for the rip. They are very impressive at that Rayquaza fight, and it's the most important objective in the game. So no wonder we're seeing Ranked Demons do so well in this protest series here. 2-0 victories against Team S8UL in that losers final, but they have had so many games already so far through. You've got that 2-1, and then 2-0, and then 2-1. Like, a lot of Pokemon Unite has been played by this team, and now they're coming up against Fibonacci, who have had a little bit of a rest and a chance to recruit their team after that.
Yeah, I mean, when you've played that many games, what's another 2 more, right? Take out the series. No big deal. Take out the prize, take the bragging rights for the thing, and really cement yourself as one of the teams to watch in the Asia region. So as we get prepared for that, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be Code Unknown Fibonacci against Ranked Demon. 2 teams left from 43 teams yesterday. I can't believe I'm saying that, but it all comes down to the last set. So don't go anywhere. The grand finals of the Protest Series 7 is coming right after this.
Hello, hello, gamers, spectators, and uniters of all ages. I am back in the hot seat with Tano, Spartan Tano, as he prefers to be called, our wonderful English lad, crossing the oceans. Mate, it is early for you, late for me, an opposite in our roles, but we are here, grand finals time. How excited are you?
Oh, buddy. I mean, I say it every time we do these protest series. This is one of my favorite regions to watch. Everybody pops off. Indonesia, Philippines, India. It is exciting to watch and cast these teams, buddy. And I've got to say, Ranked Demons have been so increasingly impressive in every game they've played today. Can they defeat Fibonacci, though? That's the question.
Look, we have Philippines versus India. Ranked Demons representing India. Code unknown Fibonacci from the Philippines. Production guys, if we can have a quick look at the very juicy bracket that we have run through. Thank you very much. Our guys in the back are the best at what they do, don't you think, Tano? Let's have a look at this. As Fu mentioned, 43 teams on day one that he got to spectate all throughout. We were down to 8. Now we're down to 2. Do you want to give us a little look-see, a little bit of a storytelling? Weave a spin a yarn for us, as you're so good at doing, about this bracket.
Yeah, of course. I mean, let's have a look back at where we've ended up here from the grand finals. Of course, Ranked Demons, they went down in round 1 against Team S8UL, that 2-0 victory to them, but then they just kept running it on back against India Elite's 2-0 victory, then against, I believe it was actually TC Monarch, a 2-0 victory, and then a 2-1 victory over Team Asylum to take it back against Team S8UL. So they are going to feel ridiculously confident coming into this grand finals here, Lobo. Fibonacci, it's pretty much been as comfortable as it could possibly be for them. 2-0 victories all the way, including against Team S8UL. So let's see how they go up against this one. Of course, it is a best of 5, and they will have that first victory as an advantage getting into the grand finals from that winner's side.
No, of course. Now, I know you guys were wondering why they had a little 1 against their name, but Tano, as he weaves his tale of these finals and this bracket, showed you exactly why. The winner, going into the grand finals at that winner spot, always gets that game 1 advantage. And Tano, we don't really get to talk about that game 1 advantage as we are getting the teams ready, as we're getting them set, ready to go. So, Fibonacci only need to win 2 games here to take it off. However, Ranked Demons need to win 2 to set it to a reset, and then we go to a straight up best of 3 situation. So we could be seeing 6 games here. I know you and myself as casters, we love seeing as much action on the field as we can. However, Fibonacci, code unknown, they want to make sure that their intentions are very known. They definitely want to take this to a 3-0.
Yeah, I mean, look, they've won every game so far 2-0, to be honest, Lobo, so they're going to want to repeat that and take this best of 5 final away, but Ranked Demons just will not be stopped. Multiple teams have tried to stop them, even one being Team S8UL, but no team can, so I don't know how to predict this one. I don't know where it's going to go. Both of these teams are so exciting to watch, and they both have really interesting comps. Ranked Demons, though, I think might have a little bit more flexibility.
I agree with you. We have seen them flip the Ray on a few occasions. They are getting very good at that. You know, we say it, where there's a Ray, there's a way. That big green dragon objective is just too important to really let go of anything. But teams are in, drafts are ready to go. We talked about it. We're going to see Psyduck, Umbreon picked up, or are they going to be let out of Banshell for these grand finals?
Ooh, Absol's going to be taken out straight away. That has really shown itself to be a strong speedster here today. So is Talonflame. That gets taken out on the other side of things by Ranked Demons. Ooh, I like this, buddy. They're trying to take out all these heavy hitters already.
I feel like there's just a handshake deal. If Absol gets through, Talonflame doesn't get through. If Talonflame gets through, Absol doesn't get through. But if neither of them get through, Gengar and Meowscarada get to come to play. Unless Ranked Demons have anything to say about that, because they're going to ban up a third speed alongside Miraidon, which means Psyduck, Umbreon, Snorlax, Blissey, and Inteleon all able to come to the dance, and Ulap is gonna pick the big, thick, boombalati boy. Snorlax gonna be sleeping all over Theoscar Ruins.
Yeah, I don't know whether I know how important Snorlax is, but I don't know whether it was more important to take the Inteleon there, to be honest with you, Lobo, because of course you do have other defenders that can do just as well. Whereas, like, when we look at the range attackers, Miraidon's not there. Mewtwo Y is maybe the only other one, but it still doesn't compare to Inteleon. And it's so interesting that Ranked Demons still haven't gone for Inteleon. They've gone for the side up, fair enough, and Killua really wants to lock in their Aegislash. Still yet to see James Pond come onto the field.
No, I don't know. I think over the course of this entire competition, we have seen Inteleon stonks go up through the roof. Psyduck stonks always going to be strong as well. But there is, you like to call him James Pond. I prefer the 007 coming to play. Mission has been sent by the ones above. Let's see if Yag Boys can accept and execute that mission.
Still trying to work out any more puns that we can throw onto that Inteleon name that goes with James Bond in some way, buddy. But Kitamoto is going to take the Hooper to provide the assistance for their team as well. Interestingly, Redux has taken that Clefable. Now, when they do, they usually play speedsters, but Firefly is locked in the Shifu again. Now, when they do go for the two all-rounders, they either go for a defender or another all-rounder, mate. But Mithril is locking in Gengar yet again. And the Armor Rouge is a very interesting pick here, Lobo. You can play it in quite an all-rounder style with Fire Spin.
I agree with you 100%. It's going to make sure Aegislash and Urshifu don't really get in too close, but it's also going to put a lot of damage onto those all-rounders when you get close, which means that spooky ghost with the fantastic smile is going to be lurking. Phantom Ambush is a great way to really surprise your teammates. Killua is going to switch off onto the Mewtwo Y as OG Redop is going to pick up the Aegislash. Lot of secure potential on the side of Ranked Demons with Urshifu and Aegislash, but Yag Boys probably got one of the best secure tools that we've seen in this tournament inside Inteleon. Maybe we had to add a third God of Secure to this field, don't you think, Tana? Maybe I could be overstepping the gun a bit.
I mean, it depends how good they are at landing those snipe shots, right? Let's see whether, I mean, Yagballs, of course, has shown how comfortable they are on that Pokemon, but it's still one of those Pokemon that sometimes it can be hard to land those snipe shots because you have to be very precise with it, Lobo. But we'll have to see coming into this one. I am really excited to see both of these two comps. I think it's interesting. You've got the two all-rounders versus the speedster and the range. And Armor Rouge being played more in that all-rounder spot recently is always going to be interesting because it is quite difficult to take down.
No, I agree with you 100%. As we get ready to send both the teams in, a nice little bit of transition play makes everything a lot more exciting. We're heading on in. Armor Rouge is actually going to take the central area for Fibonacci Code Unknown. Ranked Demons, there's no other choice. Urshifu is going to take that central area.
Yeah, that it is, and it is going to be sharing out this red aura here for the side of Ranked Demons, and it is going to be given over to the Clefable as we get these lanes set.
Yeah, look, 9:40 on the clock, no invades going around, except, as I say that, Snorlax is going to head on in, make themselves a bit of a nuisance, but Kubfu comes away with that blue aura, as we are now attuned to calling it. I like it. It has a little bit more grandiose of a term feel to it than the word boof, and I said it in a way that makes it so the headache's going to push Snorlax back, as Inteleon needs to get online, but Mewtwo's just going to pump that damage right onto the big boy.
Hey, feed that Mega Gauge whilst you can, buddy. As soon as you hit level 5, you can drop a huge amount of damage if you have that ready to go. Firefly's a little bit late into the lane here at the 9:05 mark, but they do get onto that red bear, and now they're prepared to grab these central birds when they spawn.
Yeah, look, here we go. Big Wicked Blow is going to go onto Armor Rouge, survives that Fire Spin, gets caught. Gonna have to be very careful. Altarias haven't even spawned yet, but Snorlax is here. Are they going to go in? Beautiful tackle is going to try and really push away the little sword that could, as Urshifu is getting chased down by the Ghost and the Knight, as now, I believe, Fibonacci are going to try and get some stacks in, and they're going to take the advantage in the early game.
They've managed to get some good advantage down in this basement lane as well, have ranked demons. We do need to see this Ghastly evolve into Haunter realistically if they want to start powering up that top side. That's what we've seen now, a bit of a central area invasion going on from Fibonacci as well. Both of these teams are grabbing any kind of advantage they can right now, Lobo.
No, I agree with you, but that's all going to come to a head. Felstinger finds Urshifu in the bush, does avoid the wicked blow, but just barely holding on is Inteleon, heading on over to the central area. There is going to be a contest for this. Doughblade has to make sure that they don't go and get stunned by Hooper. Heavy Slam comes in, and hacking and slashing their way in. No reset this time round, as Doughblade, the sword gets put back in the sheath, and Fibonacci are rolling.
That is going to be a tough pairing, Armarouge and Snorlax together. I don't know how they're going to be able to shut that one down. The sword couldn't do enough there, buddy. We're going to have to keep a close eye on that during this game because I think Ranked Demons are going to have a difficult one against that matchup.
No, Haunter has evolved here. He has gotten that Dream Eater moveset. Ghost on Ghost action. Haunter caught out. Side Strike gets the KO on Haunter. Not doing any spooky things this time around. Inteleon trying to get a counter score, but Psyduck is there. But like you said, the combination Snorlax Armarouge is doing very well. Hooper not going to be able to defend this pad all by its lonesome. It's 4v1. So much a Trickster can do. 704, buddy. And objectives on the map.
Yeah, they've both spawned. We're just waiting for a team fight to unveil. It looks like the rip on the Lecky is here from Ranked Demons. That basement Registeel, though, is going to the side of Fibonacci.
Yeah, it is exactly going to help them out in that team fight. Snorlax Heavy Slam just a little bit delayed, but now out in the middle of nowhere. But look at the shield that block provides. Goes with the X speed as well. They're going to steal a few Citrus Berries to try and get some health if there are Citrus Berries to steal. Gengar is here. Snorlax gets taken down by Mimikyu. Mimikyu. My head's in the Mimikyu clouds by Mewtwo of all things. But Fibonacci able to deal with Regieleki before it can cause too many problems.
I mean, they both sound the same, mate, so fair play. We do try and use the Felstinger to get away, but that's not enough. The Side Strike was there yet again, so was Firefly. Here comes the all-rounder Rouge. They're going to put up the Fire Spin, and that's going to do enough defense for them to be able to get on out of their Mithril. Doesn't land the Dream Eater in time, and it looks like a Fable's going to be able to get back to their pad here.
Oh, it does land the Dream Eater onto Aegislash, and Armarouge is going to make sure Clefable can't do much about it, but Clefable is a tanky boy, gets taken down by the Gengar. Gengar is going to provide more nightmares. Urshifu is going to have to take a nap at Nurse Joy's station, but that Gengar is going to be heavily on his mind.
I just feel like you pair any Pokemon inside this Fire Spin and they can KO anyone from the side of Ranked Demons, mate. I think this is a genius pickup by Fibonacci as they score some more points down in this basement pad. It's left on 5. They can get a nice overcap in that in this next team fight.
Look, we talk about it. We've said it before on the schoolyard. Quick game's a good game. However, Psystrike's going to go on to Inteleon, gets busted. Psyduck picks up the KO. Clefable rolls Hyper Beam. Everything going the way of Ranked Demons. Bring out their inner demons. Bring out the scores. They bring that back, taking that basement pad down. They ain't going away without a fight.
Forget your inhibitions and let loose is what Ranked Demons have done in that basement lane. Now it's 182 to 157. They're getting themselves back into it. Automatic here has been utilized. They tried to use the Psycho Boom, but it wasn't enough for them, buddy. They do get KO'd. There's the Phantom Ambush as well. They're trying to push into the Psyduck here, but the power of that full power Psy-II is going to do enough to buy some space.
Yeah, it is going to buy some space, blocking out. Oh my god, that shows you how much of a problem that little yellow duck is to deal with, because that felt personal, blocked it away from the Mewtwo, then finished it off. But down inside the basement path, Aegislash is going to take down Regirock as Fibonacci going to make sure that they take that. Oh my god, taken by Infinite Cyberm. Aegislash could lose this to the Hooper. Oh, they did not. They had to use their coup de grace to ensure that secure went to Ranked Demons' side.
Yeah, I understand it, you know, use the resource to make sure you get that global experience, but it was a huge Unite move to have to utilize. Hooper lets the rings unbound, goes back to their own pad for some healing, and the INGAGE is on here, Lobo.
Roll call has been made, but how many people have come through? The entire team has come through. Hooper says, catch these hands and take a seat. They're trying to do their quick math as quickly as possible, but whilst they stalled that out, this top pad has been left on 1. Is Urshifu going to break it with just 2? They are. A 1 overcap, which means they've got a little bit more space. I understand that, but I don't know if that was the best idea, Tana, because now you've given Code Unknown access to those in DDs, which is more experience, which is not exactly what you want to give them right now.
No, I'm with you. I feel like they do have the Hooper, so you want to take out those rotations, but it must have been Shifu needing another stack, buddy, because you at least want to get a little bit more than a 1 overcap, right? So I think I'm with you, Lobo, to be honest. I'm not sure whether that was worth it, but we'll have to find out. We're a minute away from Rayquaza. Both teams here just trying to go Pac-Man mode and grab every little piece of experience they can from their side.
As we see, experience, Hooper tries to dodge away, gets caught, but the even time him, Urshifu almost caught it with the throat shot, but that little trickster manages to get away. Heavy slam right on the spot, you know, just a little bit of intimidation factor from Snorlax because he is a big, thick boy. He's going to shake the ground wherever he goes. 40 seconds. Armarouge is caught with the Aegislash and the Clefable. Wide guard into this side strike. Snorlax is here to help out. Why are we brawling up here, fellas? Clefable gets taken down, and Aegislash, sensing that he had some teammates, decided to go back in, but Intel makes that sure work of the 2 Pokemon with a 2 KO streak.
I think this Armarouge is the pick of the century. I mean, Gengar gets absolutely deleted there, but they are finding it so difficult to handle. That Armarouge just took on the Aegislash with its healer right next to it, buddy. But here we go. We're about to have this fight for this Rayquaza battle.
Oh, I think they wanted to start that battle straight away. We could go straight into the flip, and that's exactly what we've done. Roll call coming out from the Hooper. All the Unite moves are flying. Power Nap by Snorlax. Urshifu's charging that Wicked Blow. Rayquaza's getting incredibly low. Hooper throws those heads. Coup de grace goes early. Gengar is only focused on knocking out the enemy team. 3 KO streak for the ghostly one. And Hooper gets that secure. White flag raised. 4 KO done. Game number 1 to Fibonacci, Code Unknown. Whichever way you want to say those names, they all make sense to me.
Oh, Mithril take a bow. The second they managed to get onto Haunter, they were cooking, buddy, with those Dream Eaters. They managed to clean on up. And I gotta say, it was the fact that Automatic was in the face of the entirety of Ranked Demons there. With anyone backing them up, usually it was ULAP, but even Mithril being there, you just couldn't take them down. It was such a great sort of comp that they've managed to build coming into that one, Lobo.
We talk about it all the time with attackers. Let's look at their damage dealt, but then look at the damage taken. 74k damage dealt with 26k damage taken is an incredible amount, especially for a Pokemon that's playing the Fire Spin moveset. Now, come on. You're already staying in there brawling, but no credit to everywhere else. I think Fibonacci Code Unknown were, as we have a look at this graph, they were comfortably, not comfortably, maybe like in control of the game points-wise. Ranked Demons did give them a go of it where they didn't let down. The scores were fairly close either way, as you can see heading on into Raza. Only 40 between the two. But let's check out some of these highlights, mate.
Yeah, it felt like from this moment on, there was a bit of a pendulum going in this basement lane, to be honest, but the Ranked Demons did manage to come on back. Huge defense here, but they start to rein the points in, but then they overstay a little bit too much, and then Fibonacci come back and do a huge fight. They did take a lot to take out Armarouge here, and then push this pad. Look at these snipe shots from a different postcode, and you're always going to be scared of that coming in to take you out.
Yeah, and just, again, this happened so quickly. Inteleon popping that Azure Spy Vision, making sure they get the crits. Coup de grace went just a bit early. Urshifu and Aegislash both felled by Gengar. Mithril, like you said, take a bow, mate, but Automatic. Don't let anybody say that Armarouge was not the choice, because that had to have been the MVP in that game. Now, for the side of Ranked Demons, they look like they went for a more secure comp, Tana, especially with Urshifu, Aegislash. I think Aegislash was a good choice here. I'm really questioning Urshifu just based on the amount that was actually able to participate in those team fights and get those KOs. I think maybe even bringing that Masquerade was banned out, bringing something else out that you could actually use to deal with the Gengar. Because at the moment, having a look at these bans, Absol, Miraidon, Talonflame, Meowscarada, Slowbro was available to be picked.
Metagross, to be honest, buddy. If Shifu, I agree with you. It didn't feel like they managed to get much going on that. I think a Metagross would have been huge. As you're having to deal with that Armarouge now. Not many all-rounders want to 1v1 it anyway. But yeah, here we go. We're heading into the second game. 2 points, though, to Fibonacci. If they take this one, they take the grand finals.
I agree with you, and I bet they're buzzing. They've been waiting for those those loser bracket matches to get over. They've just been waiting, not exactly twiddling their thumbs. But Psyduck gonna be banned out. Nobody wants to play against the Duck this time around. Aegislash also gonna be banned out. Snorlax also gonna be banned out, as well as Miraidon. They don't want to deal with those heavy set defenders.
No, they just do so much for the teams, and it looks like we're going to have Speedster galore going in here, buddy. We have Meowscarada and Talonflame already picked. It would not surprise me if we have another one for Kitamoto. If it's going to be one, I suspect it's going to be, yes, Mithril taking down the Absol. 3 Speedsters from the get-go.
Yeah, just to let you guys know as well, just in case you haven't seen the swap, Code Unknown Fibonacci is going to be on your orange side this time around. Ranked Demon is going to be on your purple side. Firefly and Killua. Oh my god, Killua, what are you doing? I like the pick in the Greninja into these speedsters, buddy. As long as Fake Golden, maybe using telekinesis, hold them in place, we could see a Greninja pop off.
Yeah, that we could. I quite like it. Of course, the lower health you get on Greninja, the more damage you're going to drop. So I quite like that because it's a lot of burst damage coming your way. ULAP is going to take down the Trevenant here. Of course, not having access to Snorlax means that you want to go for the second best defender to handle speedsters, and that is going to be Trevenant. Kitamoto is going to take the Hooper yet again. Those rotations and portals are so important, especially for speedsters that are so squishy there, Lobo.
Am I ready to do my little dance yet? I gotta wait 8 seconds before I can do my little dance yet. I gotta wait 8 seconds. There it is. I can do my little dance. The OG Red Up gonna pick up Mimikyu. Absolutely love it. But it's my favorite ghost type versus your favorite ghost type. Automatic. Gonna lock in that Gengar. That smile. That devious smile from Gengar. I wonder if we're gonna see a swaps around between both of these, whether Mithril, there it is. I did. Whoo! Tana, I predicted one. A swap around between Mithril and Absol is going to go in. Yark boys, no real ranged damage coming out from the side of Code Unknown, which could be interesting, but same could be said for the side of Ranked Demons. Brawl everywhere. This is going to be fight central, mate.
I think Code Unknown are just taking the approach of if we just KO them, we don't need range. I think that's what they're trying to go for, but I do feel like Killua might have a tasty game here. To be honest, I would have really liked the Armarouge to come back out for Code Unknown here. It does quite well against speedsters. I mean, it will have meant that Greninja was able to get what I suspect was going to be Water Shuriken onto them. But when you're coming up against a Mimikyu and a Talonflame, I actually think the Armarouge is a good shout. But this game is just going to come down to who can speedster best here, Lobo.
It's going to be also about which one of us can keep up with the action. Our mouth's going to be moving at 50 frames a second. I don't even know if that's a thing, but they're going to be moving at the speed of sound. We're heading on in to the game right now. Talonflame's going to take that central area as predicted. If anything else but a speedster takes that central area, you're going to be calling, well, excuse me, let's back it on up as Absol takes that central lane, but top lane Ghastly for the side of Code Unknown.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that, to be honest. I'd rather have had the Absol in lane and get that Ghastly into that central area, let them get that level 5 ASAP, buddy, because of course they're always going to come up against a strong pick there, Mimikyu or Talonflame. We are going to get some good stacks here from Ya Boys, but it seems like it's going to be a tough one to get Ghastly going.
Sprigatito getting those early stacks is always going to be helpful, but you know, Ghastly is a bit useful as that access to that lick, but manages to steal it away. Both Hooper and Ghastly sitting on 9 points. They're doing quite well inside that top path, but as we have rotate down to this basement path, we got 15 seconds. Talonflame is hovering menacingly with both central laners only having blue auras to their name.
Let's see what Firefly can do. They are kind of isolated at the moment, waiting for the engage to come in from Fibonacci. We're about to hit the 850s. There they are. There they come. Here comes the acrobatics. Looks like it was Aerial Ace there as well, which means probably it's going to be Bravebird. Can they pick one up? Mimikyu takes down Absol. Waits for them to come back from the portal as the scores are rained on in. Red OP with a 15 as well. I think they got all they wanted out of that on the side of Ranked Demons.
And now, I don't know if this is the best idea from Fletchinder. It's going to have to deal with Absol. Popsy eject into the Speed Berry. Gets away with absolute burglary of that red aura as a Slowbro trying to deal with a pesky grass cat inside this bottom path.
Yeah, doing really well to defend this pad against these two as well. You're trying to see if you can steal that away. Slowbo with the Surf moveset coming into this is going to be great against these speedsters. We do now have Mithril on that Haunter. They're going to have Dream Eater, and it looks like they want to go for it. They make the decision not to dive onto Mimikyu there, whilst Trevenant cleans up all of these midsection birds here, Lobo.
I think that's a smart idea not to go in. Just ward off the Mimikyu. Make him know that you're there. Break that disguise. Absol's here with both auras, but there's going to be a push onto this basement pad.
Ooh, they do manage to fell the defender. Slowbro goes back to the Pokemon Center. They're going to utilize the Hooper Portal to get nice and healthy, but they were waiting for it. Killer was there. Firefly with the fly as well, but they are able to get out at least on the side of ULAP. Absol waits for the right opportunity moment to get an ambush, but it wasn't enough. Eldegoss backs them up and Firefly deletes them. They grab all this farm as well. Ranked Demons have all the advantage right now.
Now, beautiful telekinesis to pull Trevenant away. Ranked Demons, you're right, do have the advantage, but what Fibonacci did not have was this Gengar Haunter trying to get their evolution. I wonder if they're stacking. Tana, I didn't actually see it. They do have the special attack spec stacking on there, which means that Gengar is going to do even more damage as we head down bottom. Regice is the Reggie of choice inside this bot path. Nobody really going for it because these teams want to brawl out, but it is Fly coming up from Firefly.
Yeah, I think you're right with this late game on the side of Fibonacci, but like now there's Flame Sweep, the flies, and Talonflame is deleting most of Code Unknown. There's a Midnight Slash though, and that's going to do enough for Automatic to clean up the rest alongside ULAP, and that's going to be a Regice for boot. Here comes Mimikyu diving in onto Automatic there. They weren't able to pick up the KO. They get back to the portal, and they're just going to wait for them to come back on out. Absol pops that Psycho Cut. They pick up a KO onto the Eldegoss, and now a good Horn Leech to push them back away, but there's a Water Burst Shuriken. Is it going to do enough to get Trevenant? No, it's not. They go back to the home pad. They're back on full health, trying to dive onto this pad here. It is non-stop action, and it looks like they do take down the Trevenant and score these points in. That's going to catch up this lead, 174 to 158, Lobo.
A wonderful instant burst fly. He went up, he went down, and he saw the play rough was on from the Mimikyu, and they instant deleted those Pokemon, sending them back to the Pokemon Center. I delete, you delete, we delete together, Mr. Tano. And it looks like Code Fibonacci are still maintaining this lead. They've caught this back up. Like you said, we're crossing that 5-minute mark, 5.5 minutes on the clock. Now, let's go back. These teams are taking a little bit of break. I said a little bit of break. I was mistaken because they're going to try and fight it out right now.
I'm not sure whether this is the right call. There's the Phantom Forest, though. It has kept Trevenant around. There's the eject button. The Talonflame is hunting. Do they find them? Yes, they do. And whilst all that's going on, Mimikyu says goodbye to Gengar. And Ranked Demons have deleted the entirety of Fibonacci from this top pad. Hooper has to let the rings unbound. They score the points on the side of Automatic, and they come on in. I believe that was a slow beam that was cancelled a bit too early, but the Surf is going to take out the Absol anyway. And a good defense from Fibonacci, but so much experience given to Ranked Demons there, Lobo.
Automatic did score a 40, increasing their lead, and then a beautifully timed roll call from Hooper. Fantastic job. We've crossed 5 minutes. They want to fight it out. They're heading down to the bottom side, 3 seconds until this Reggie of the game decides to spawn. What's it going to be? It's going to be Reggie Rock. It seems like it's going to go to the side of Ranked Demons, but Gengar is here, buddy.
Ooh, it's all about who can secure it more. It's a Water Burst Shuriken that does it, utilizing that at the 420 mark. A good decision by them, and now they want to push for more KOs. The fly is in. Can they pick up Hooper? Not just yet. They do manage to find Gengar, though, and it looks like this is where the retreat is. Automatic wants to take down the Slowbro. They got to watch out for Talonflame, though. That's going to be a quick KO.
Oh, Talonflame managing to get that fly up on the board, but Hooper is doing a fantastic job. Telekinesis really stalling our automatic, really stopping him from getting going, as there's going to be a Pobble KO on Mimikyu, and it seems Mithral's going to take that away from Rank Demons.
Swimming around there, waiting for the right moment to dive on in with that Phantom Ambush. The Flurl Flourish and the eject button's gonna stop the Fly from being able to take them out, and they clean up a 2KO. Yeah, boys are gonna push on to this T2 now. This Lecky could go in, and it does. Phantom Forest is here, but they get deleted on the Mimikyu, and now they can rein in the points, give themselves even more of a lead, and clean up more KOs for boot, Lobo.
Oh, mate, take a break, because roll call continues. Water Burst Shuriken comes out, trying to defend this bottom pad, but there's jump pads available. Talonflame's got fly. Absol is low health. Is the Talonflame going to go hunting? He is with that flame sweep.
The flame sweep for the 2KO. Talonflame cleaning up for the defense down on that T2. But look at the state of this top pad for Rank Demons. Nothing exists up there, buddy. I don't think we're going to have another Lecky. It wasn't taken before the 4-minute mark, but Fibonacci are having such an advantage here. They've got levels, they've got points. They just need to be patient at this Rayquaza fight.
Patience, I don't think exists in either of these teams' vocabulary, buddy. 30 seconds until Rayquaza spawns. I wonder if they're ever going to fight earlier. Let's see if we can do a quick recap on these levels. Level 14! That is outrageous, Talonflame. But oh my god, Eldegoss gets sent back to the Pokemon Center punishment for trying to score the audacity of some Pokemon Tunnels. We've got a level 13 Greninja as well. Three level 14s on the side of Code Unknown. 12 seconds to go until Rayquaza. Are they going to go for this bottom Reggie that has spawned? We still don't know what it is yet, but I don't think either team wants it. They've been found. Fight's about to pop off.
What an engage ULAP with a massive catch on 2 of the carries on the side of Rank Demons, not having that Talonflame anymore. The Slow Beam goes there onto them, but it's not going to do enough because the Flurl Flourish deletes the rest of them. Greninja is left. Eldegoss is back, but the rip is on. The Water Burst Shuriken's too late. Oh my god, Code Unknown, Fibonacci are going to do enough to take not only this set, but the grand finals in total, buddy. The Hundo Burgers can reign in. They're going to take the Protest Series number 7.
Big congratulations to Code Unknown. Hundo Burgers reigning on in. That game in hand was an advantage, but they took full force of it. Oh, I can't wait to see the highlights come back for that engage. Trevenant catching out Eldegoss and Talonflame in one go, and Fibonacci not once to be hanging about. We thought maybe there was a little ring rust coming in because they had to wait for so long for this grand final to get underway, but they saw it, they spotted it, they acted, they executed, they took the Rayquaza, and they have now taken the grand finals 3-0. No bracket reset, no games for Rank Demons. Code Unknown Fibonacci, they are no longer unknown, they are very known.
They score over 1,000 points to end this one out, buddy. And what a massive catch by ULAP. That is a clip that needs to go onto every social media that INGAGE has. What a way to catch out the team on the side of Rank Demons. You took out the Talonflame and the Eldegoss. So not only do you have a massive amount of damage, Talonflame can't drop, you also have the strongest support ultimate on your side, the Unite of the Eldegoss, that you can no longer use, buddy. And it was just an easy rip from there for Fibonacci. Huge shout out to them, and they're going to take this Protest Series number 7.
We tried to shout out as many players as we can. We saw game number 1 when it came to, I believe it was Yag Boys on the Armor Rouge. Let me just check my notes here because I do take notes. I know it was automatic on the Armor Rouge with a fantastic performance, something that we didn't really expect to do so well, but this time around it was Yag Boys' engage at the Rayquaza, catching out Talonflame and Eldegoss. We can hop on that all the live long day, mate. But it also comes down to the incredible teamwork of Code Unknown Fibonacci for Absol Gengar to really make sure that those KOs come in, because Trevenant can catch you up. They can't KO you by themselves, but an incredible performance. Unfortunately for Killua, he was the last one left alive. We could have seen a Greninja pop-up, but that Water Burst Shuriken just a frame too late. But with all of those Pokemon, Meowscarada, Gengar, and Absol, ripping that Rayquaza, even if you head on in there and try to secure, you might have been taken out just too quickly.
Yeah, buddy, I think even F1 race drivers wouldn't have had the reactions to be able to get that quick with how much those speedsters were ripping the Rayquaza. So, unlucky to Killua. What a fight Ranked Demons have done, though, to get themselves through this tournament. They went down to the losers bracket in round 1, and they came all the way through to the grand final. But Fibonacci have just been completely unfazed, winning every single game 2-0 to Fibonacci. What an impressive showing by them in this protest series.
The ability to not drop, I mean, we talk about not being able to drop a set, but not dropping a game, dropping a game is a crazy level. It's the teamwork they produce out here. And it wasn't just a conventional game in that grand final, Tano. They were brawling. They were brawling everywhere. We thought Ranked Demons had some advantages going into these fights as well. They did come up on top, out on top on a lot of these fights. Let's not take anything away from them. They were a very, very strong team, and really big congratulations to them for making the grand finals, especially through their run through the losers bracket. But Code Unknown Fibonacci, their teamwork, the Pokemon selection, it was inspired, and big congratulations to them.
Wow. Okay, chat, we need to do our thank yous. It has been a long protest series, of course. Fu bringing a lot of the action yesterday and then this today. So a huge shout out to our production team, none other than the boss Yash. We've got VK, we've got Bina on the observation, we've got Milky and our casters. And of course, a massive thank you to all 43 teams. Yeah, let me say that again. 43 teams taking part in this protest series. Lobo, it is always an absolute joy to do these with you and this entire production company. It is amazing being a part of INGAGE GG and seeing all these regions fight to the wire in Pokemon Unite.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I can only echo your sentiments. Also, big shout out to Zen, our tournament organizer director, the man in charge behind the scenes who corrals all us, tell us what time to be here, make sure we look pretty on stream. Big shout outs to Fu, who was here earlier, like you said, casted day 1, brought you some games across from day 1 over there. So big shout outs for the huge shift that he's put in over 2 days. Tano, thank you so much as well for joining me. It is roles reversed, my friend. I'm usually up at the crack of dawn over in the EU, but this time it's for you joining us over here in the Asia region. Also want to give a big shout out to Calypso. These graphics do not design themselves. He is the mastermind behind them all as well. I had a little bit of help. I helped a little bit. But, you know, the man has a vision, and it is definitely amazing. So thank you. Please go follow him. Big shout outs to him for really nailing it with this look, because it's pretty damn good, I think. Don't you think, Tano? But before we head on out, thank you to everybody that was watching. Thank you for everyone that followed your team, supported them all the way throughout this entire protest series. That is going to be it for me. That is going to be it for Tano. I think, Tano, is there anything you'd like to say one more time before we head on out of here?
Just that Gengar is the best Pokemon that ever existed, and also keep a close eye on our socials, chat, because we will be back with more Pokemon Unite action. We'll catch you very shortly. Have a good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you are. We'll see you on the next one.